Juice in it. No, he hasn't. No.
Well, welcome councillors, and to our staff who are here, and of course to all those who are watching the live stream. Welcome to the September general meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. It looks like to me it's a very full day, so we'll do what needs to be done to take the time to get right through it. Can I open the meeting today, please, by acknowledging the traditional owners? I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawah and the Bigambul peoples. And can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions, the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. There are no apologies today. Full House. Is there anyone wishing to seek leave of absence, please, by resolution? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I request permission for a leave of absence from the special meeting of Council, which is scheduled for Wednesday, the 7th of October, 2020.
Someone move accordingly, please. Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Taylor. Those in favour? It is carried. Move then to Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I'm reading off a list here. And I think we'll continue to go in that order. I recognise Councillor Summerfield has asked for leave of absence, but I'm reading off the list I have here in front of me. So, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I thought you were moving on to the next item number. Could I request that I be granted leave of absence from the committee meetings scheduled for 13 and 14 October 2020, the October ordinary meeting of Council and any special meetings of Council which may be scheduled between the 6th and the 30th of October 2020.
Mover, please. Councillor Shine and Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, could I apply for leave for the potential special meeting on Wednesday, the 21st of October, please?
Okay, have I a mover, please? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? That motion is carried. We move then to the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of August 2020. All the current councillors were present. Do I have a mover for those minutes, please? Councillor Taylor. A seconder, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 3.2, the special meeting of Council held on the 26th of August 2020. From that meeting, Councillor O'Shea was absent. Do I have a mover that the special meeting held on the 26th of August that the minutes be a true and proper record, please? Councillor Summerfield has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Move then to item 3.2 again, the special meeting held on the 2nd of September 2020. All councillors were present. Do I have a mover for that record, please? Councillor Carol Taylor. A seconder, please. Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Move there to item 4, business arising from those minutes. Councillors, I just wish to correct the record. The motion was moved by Councillor Somerville, seconded by Councillor Von Hoff, and I voted in favour of that motion. And I support the motion. There is just one small piece in the reasons for the motion, and I quote, no work whatsoever has been done on trying to access external funding for what could be $160 million. As I said, I supported that motion, and I just want to place on the public record, and I'm very thankful to the CEO's office for the work that they've done. And if you look at the attachment that we have here in respect to the work that has been done, going back as far as 2002. going right back to the 23rd of July 2002 when the Department of Local Government Planning, talking about subsidies on dam spillways. The work began then. It's followed right through. The work has been done by successive GMs, CEOs, going back to 2002. I just want to place that record of that work that's been done on the public record so that it is... Councillor Sommerfield?
I'd like to second that, Mr Mayor. You'll recall that that resolution was made on the run following a debate earlier about the spillways, and so it was done in urgence, and I'd like to recognise the work that has been done by the officers, and I think it's important that we actually amend the records to reflect that. So thank you for getting that work organised.
No, thank you, and I think it's important that we do that. Are there any comments around the room? It is a very, very big issue long-term financially for this council, and I think it's appropriate that we place on the public record the work that has been done by successive GMs, successive CEOs of this council in respect to it, and have a bit of a feeling the work will be ongoing and there'll be a lot more advocacy. I have moved that. Councillor Sommerfield has seconded. Anyone wishing to speak against it? If not, those in favour? Carried. That will be an annex to the record for the day. Right, we move then to Councillor McDonald, addition to item 12.2, eligibility for Queensland Government's Bank to Work initiatives. You might be able to correct that pronunciation there.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this is in light of the motion from last month, and it's an addition to that in regard to a new Back to Work initiative for youth. So it's a Youth Boost program, initiative by the state government, the rules of eligibility of which are the same as the other two programs, which sees Toowoomba Regional Council excluded from that. And at a time when the statistical information for the 19 areas highlights that the Toowoomba has the largest percentage point increase in the youth unemployment rate of all of the 19 statistical areas covered by Queensland Treasury to the year July 2020, with an unemployment rate increase of 15.5 percentage points, it would be incumbent upon this council, I feel, on behalf of our community, to ensure that the Youth Boost is included in the other two programs for our region.
So you're moving that be as a separate motion?
It's moved there as a separate motion, but it basically is saying that we add the employer's Youth Boost payment to be included with the other two that were approved last month.
It's an annexure to the current resolution.
As we know, these things are changing rapidly, but we need to ensure that we don't miss out on that opportunity as well.
Yep. Thank you. Any comments? Councillor Von Hofer seconded that. Any other comments around the room? Councillor Taylor?
Just a comment, Mr Mayor. Just heard the latest statistics, and fortunately there's been some improvement downward with both unemployment and youth unemployment.
Yes.
So it's a very good, it's not good enough, but it's a start. So.
Yes, they were interesting figures that came out from Lyndall the other day.
Yes.
Very interesting indeed, and they probably indicate in a sort of a way that we may not be in a bad position in terms of our recovery here. But anyhow, we'll see how that works. So it's been moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Von Hoff. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? That motion is carried. We move then to the presentation of petitions, item 5. I have not received notification of any petitions. I've been moved then to item 6. I will not be bringing a mayoral minute forward today. So we move then to item 7, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. We have no appointments today. We have been talking to a number of people in respect to this, particularly in the homeless area. I've spoken to a most interesting fellow from the Forestry Department in Dalby about
one by one.
Seasonal burning, that sort of thing, and I'll be in touch with those people for some time in the future where we can take advantage of their knowledge that they've actually got. So. And I'm quite happy to take suggestions at some other time of people who would be valuable to us to do a 10-minute presentation here. I think the previous ones we've had have been very worthwhile indeed.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So we'll move then to item 8, the reception and consideration of committee reports. In item 8.1, Planning and Development Committee.
Mr Mayor, need to remove item number 9, item 9, or conflict of interest.
Remove 9. All items except 9 in now. Councillor Tim, Councillor McMahon.
Move item 4, please, Chair.
You remove item 4. Separate consideration. Councillor Summerfield.
3 and 5, please, Mr Mayor.
Sorry.
3 and 5.
3, 5, right. Got a few more left, have we? Just
Got number 4 left.
trying to assess the situation. So, declarations, would you want to verbalise your declarations? Do that at the last. So the first motion will be all items except item 3, 5, 4 and 9. They're of the Planning and Development Committee report. Would someone like to move them? Councillor Carl has moved. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded. Any comments? Those in favour? That motion is carried. We move then to item 3, which we'll deal with in order. Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to vote against it and have my vote recorded. Thank you.
I didn't quite catch that, could you?
Sorry, I'd just like to vote against it and have my vote recorded, if I could, please.
Righto. Second motion then, we'll be dealing with item 3. Someone like to move it? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded. Councillor Carr has moved. Councillor Carl has seconded. Those in favour? Those against? Wish to have your vote recorded, Councillor Summerfield. Move then to item 4. That was taken out separately. Who was?
Councillor McMahon.
Councillor McMahon. You wish to deal with that separately?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Would someone like to move item 4, please? Councillor Carl.
We've got to
No.
Sorry?
debate it first. I'd like to propose a change to the amendment.
You'd like to propose a change. Righto, can you tell us what that change is, please?
Thank you, Chair. Friends, this is regarding the Environmental Advisory Committee, a committee I think that could be very, very powerful and do a lot of good work in our community. I take objection to the requirements needed by the community to be on the advisory committee, and I think that as I look over the criteria needed, there's not a lot of depth in that, and I feel that it'd be hard to actually exclude anyone from being on this advisory committee. So I propose a motion that seeks to give the members who would put forward an application to the advisory committee a little bit more credibility in their knowledge and what they know about the environment. I feel that passion is an amazing thing, but passion by itself in a committee to advise council doesn't go a very long way. So I have the motion that I've written here, and I've sent an email to Wendy, and the motion is basically the terms of reference for the Environmental Advisory Committee be amended to read that all members of the Environmental Advisory Committee must have either accredited qualifications in the environment or scientific field or equivalent, there's a, that's the second dot point after equivalent there, Wendy. Documented experience in showing environmental outcomes or the current experience as a landholder engaged in farming or grazing. So my reason for passing this motion is that I think if the members of the advisory committee were one of these three things, we would not exclude those who want to be on it, but we would perhaps get those who are most experienced in this land, in this area of advising council on issues concerning the environment. And I think we would get a better outcome from the committee. Just, Wendy, if I could ask you to edit After the second dot point, that's an or, so environmental outcomes or current experience as a landholder engaged in farming or grazing.
You're moving that?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a second? Councillor Summerfield has seconded that.
A question, Mr Mayor.
Question from Councillor Carol Taylor.
Can we go back to that? Thanks, Wendy. Current experience as a landholder. I mean, somebody who owns a block in the city is a landholder.
You've got to be engaged in farming or grazing.
Okay, so that, yeah. Farming or would you say land management in farming or grazing? Because we've got most of our farmers are very, very good in land management and environmental management, but not all of them. So I guess that the good ones work with the department on soil conservation, contour banks and different things like that. So perhaps engaged in land management or something like that. Councillor Tim?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carroll. The reason for that inclusion was exactly as you're saying. I think some of our farmers have an intimate knowledge of the land and have done for many, many years, well, a lot longer than I've been around, and I think are some of the best people to advise council on issues concerning the environment. So, Councillor Carroll, if Councillor Summerfield is happy, I'm happy to amend it. Experience in farming or grazing in land management or similar.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Happy with
Any
that?
comments around the room in respect to that? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
I'd question what documented experience in showing environmental outcomes means.
Yeah, I'm happy to explain. Certainly when we have groups like Friends of Escarpment Parks who can show that they've done work in the environment by what they've done with the outcomes, which is the lack of weeds in redwood, that to me would be environmental outcomes, as an example.
Happy with that answer? Well, you've accepted that answer. So we have Councillor McMahon has moved it, Councillor Summerfield has seconded it. Any other comments around the room? Anyone wishing to speak against the motion?
Just a
Comment or
comment.
debate?
I guess I'll flag, if this motion doesn't go through, I'll flag that just a slight change of wording may be members of the Environment Committee would show or have demonstrate, members of the community demonstrate skill set or something. I'm just saying that we're not saying that everyone can't apply, but we are saying that there's an advantage for those that have these skills to actually be looked upon more favourably. Now, the wording is something along the lines of all members of the Environment Committee, well, it shouldn't say all members, it should just say Environment Committee members who show or demonstrate skills such as that so-and-so will be an advantage to the committee or something along those lines so that it's not excluding someone.
You're suggesting an alternate resolution if this one doesn't get up?
Come up, yeah.
Righto. Anyone wishing to engage in debate? Councillor Cole, your comment, please. You wish to speak against? Well, Councillor McMahon, maybe you should just qualify or certainly support your resolution.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
more?
The reason my original motion doesn't go along the wording of Councillor McDonald's is if no one with, or not enough people with these attributes apply, then we're back to square one, and I don't find a lot of use in the advantage wording. I would like it to remain as the motion says, must have, and I think those three dot points there are broad enough that all the people that need to be on there and others can still be on there, and basically, if you look at the terms that are set forward by the Environmental Committee, there is some quite complex advice that they're giving to council, and my opinion is that to get that complex advice properly given to council, those qualified to give the advice need to be giving it. As I said, passion is a spectacular thing. I don't agree with the initiative that passionate about the environment is enough to be advising council, which is why I've passed this motion to get some form of credibility towards those who will be on the advisory committee. So that's the reason behind this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, you wish to speak against the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Let me reiterate what I said last week. Firstly, I'll say that particularly the first point, I believe, is discriminatory. And I'll set out a couple of reasons why I think that's discriminatory. One, the terms of reference that are attached to this report quite clearly articulate the types of people we are looking for in the terms of reference. You do not make discriminatory remarks like that to filter a community input. Let me be really clear. Most of the people sitting around this room wouldn't be qualified to make the decisions that we do. I'd suggest a number of us aren't accredited in anything. I think it's offensive. I think it's offensive towards the community. I think the terms of reference are very clear about the types of people we are looking for to participate and not exclude anyone based on accreditations or qualifications. I'm not against well-advised advice, and I'm sure every councillor around this room has received a plethora of interested inquiry and people asking them to be or to be kept informed about this advisory committee. So I don't think we'll have any problems in fielding interested people from all cross-sections of the community, and I'm willing to place faith in the officers and the selection panel as to the process in which we go through, fair and equitable, in selecting people who will be able to give good quality advice to this boardroom. And I would also urge Councillor Tim to lift his sights far above an operational level for this advisory committee, because the examples he's given this morning and as last week was very operational. May I remind councillors that myself and Councillor Megan brought this to council with a very strategic intent in mind, and that is to inform the future planning scheme review and a number of other planning issues that we face at a very strategic level. And yes, I did acknowledge that that will then closely interact with the operational arm of this organisation and will help inform and give a roadmap to the operations for this organisation in an efficient manner. And finally, the Environment Advisory Committee, whatever we end up calling it, is very strategic. It is one of the legs on the stool around triple bottom line or quadruple bottom line, whatever you want to, four-legged stool or a three-legged stool. But environment is one of the key, and I stress, strategic intents of this council. Let's not think about just killing weeds or just how the operation rolls out in this organisation. This is setting the ground rules and intent for the future direction of many councils and for the benefit of not just this region, for the benefit of the broader region. So they are some of the reasons. I can extrapolate on some more, but I think we should be lifting our sights and we should not be discriminatory in our filtering process around who we gather and what support we garner from the community. And that is both at a government level and a community level. Thanks, Mr Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Kyle. Councillor Shine, you indicated your willingness to speak for or against.
Just a question, if I could.
Question?
To Councillor Tim. Would you accept the words after accredited qualifications, the words and or standing in the...
I don't know what standing qualifications are.
Oh, your reputation...
Standing in the environment.
Accredited qualification standing in the environmental or scientific field.
I think, councillor Shine, that it's a good suggestion, but what I was hoping to clarify with the original terms of reference is it seems rather ambiguous to define, and I would argue that standing is back to square one. I don't support that.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you had your hand up. You're wishing to speak for or against? We need a speaker for. Councillor Von Hoff, you had your hand up first.
It's just a question, actually, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Taylor, yep.
Through you, please, to CEO Brian Pigeon. Brian, Councillor Carl just stated that he felt that the motion was discriminatory, and under the Local Government Act, the legal considerations, we of course can't be discriminatory. Can you comment on whether you think that we're falling foul of the Local Government Act?
You're actually defining a group that would give preference to being members of that committee, so accredited qualification in the environment or scientific field or equivalent, or documented experience. So I think you could define who you want in a committee. I don't think that would be discriminatory per se if you're looking at in achieving a specific purpose by that committee. I will comment though, the way that that is currently structured, that recommendation also applies to councillors who are members of the committee. So a councillor on that committee, because it says all members, would have to have those by definition, one of those 3 dot points there as well. But I think you could make a decision in relation to who you want on that committee, have areas in that area, because it's a specific area of council where you're looking for expertise. Councillor Carl's comments, however, are I think of a much more general nature, saying that some people have specific skills, but within the general community, there are a range of people who may add value to any committee just through being members of the committee. So you may potentially miss out on people who you would, or a class of persons who you think may add value just from their general life experience without actually having those specific qualifications.
Thank you.
Happy with the Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Mayor.
speaking for?
I am speaking for, but I certainly don't want to be discriminatory in my views or exclude anyone who would add value. But I would like to point out that a balance of urban and rural is vital. The broad views and considerations of the Environment Advisory Committee. I firmly believe that Councillor Tim has brought up, whether I agree with the whole lot, but Councillor Tim has brought up the agricultural and pastoral people, which I would believe that apart from this adjustment that he's made here would not be considered for this committee. And I think that as agriculture is one of our major economic contributors of GDP in this region, farming and pastoral areas also make up a large part of the 13,000 square kilometres that we have in our region. I believe urban as well as escarpment and also the agricultural areas, experience and knowledge for those areas is vital for the environmental considerations. As I've mentioned before in my comment, that most successful farmers have a soil conservation environmental plan over their land, and unlike a lot of other people, the success of their business stands or falls on the way they manage their property. So, you know, it's directly linked to their economic viability. So I would stand corrected on how we might like to add someone who, outside these specifications, might have something to offer. But I do strongly support that we have people from the agricultural sector involved in this committee, because the whole of a farmer's life is managing his land, not only to have a viable outcome financially, but to have that outcome happen for years to come and handing it down to the next generation. So I think that they've been involved in land management like our Indigenous people, for a long, long time. And that part of that I actually agree with. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against Councillor McMahon's motion? Councillor Egan O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to try and do this without getting emotional, because this has been the most unedifying fight of my life to get this committee up. Kicking and screaming everything from the beginning, from the word advocacy, from the words climate change, to having people with qualifications. We don't do with this with any other committee. I'm not sure why we're doing it here. And as Councillor Bill has said, this has come out of the community. This is what our residents want. Our staff are trained to advise us on what the terms of reference are and who the people should be on the committee. It will be widely advertised. If farmers want to be on the committee, they can apply. I don't know why we need to, because of ideological reasons to my mind, why we have to put so many constraints around this advisory committee. It's Mr Mayor, I am lost for words. I strongly
feel your passion.
Against this amended motion, and I would like to foreshadow another motion, and that is that we take the recommendation from the committee.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In reading that, it's not discriminatory because there's 3 different options there for people. It's not discriminating against those. But having said that, one other thing I wanted to bring up was there is nothing operational about this. This is a strategy. We're here to make a decision about strategy, and I object to the word operational being carted out to try and defer us from doing our job. And our job is to get this right. Whatever the preferences are around the table and whatever outcome we get voted on today, this is our job. But I would like to suggest, and we would need to get the support of the mover, that it be the majority of the community members of the Environment Advisory Committee.
Opens the door. Councillor McMahon, your comments, please, in respect to the inclusion of the word majority.
Yes.
Comfortable with that? You're happy to have that
Yes.
proposed motion to contain that? Anybody wishing to speak against the motion at this point in time? Councillor Kyle, briefly, you've had one go.
No question. Just a question.
A question?
Do we know any Indigenous person locally or within the region that would get the accreditation qualifications mandatory requirements as if this gets up? Because my question is, should we be carefully looking at including this sector of our community, given their long-standing knowledge and expertise about environment?
Point 2.
Personally have no issues there. Is there anyone wishing to comment on that? Councillor Carl's suggestion that we include...
No, it's just a question. Do we know anyone that would measure up to these mandatory accredited qualifications?
I would suggest that some of the people that we've been engaging with who are in land management, and particularly in respect to fire, would be ideal. That's my personal view. We use them personally in our operation.
I guess I'm suggesting that this is probably bar that is... No, anyway, I've had mine.
Councillor Von Hoff, you had your hand up before.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I was just going to answer or suggest to Councillor Carl that exactly as you said, that perhaps people such as the Bunya People's Aboriginal Committee, sorry, whatever the correct name is, they would have documented experience in showing environmental outcomes, because I agree with his sentiments entirely that they are the oldest custodians of this land and they have the most knowledge of managing the environment.
Thank you. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I agree wholeheartedly and strongly believe that dot point 2 would be the opportunity for them to apply.
Do we need to prescribe that in the motion, or would you just think that they would automatically be someone who was seriously considered for a task like that?
I think that would be, once you start naming one group, you really have to name many groups, and I think that could cause issues within the community when you're identifying one.
And of course, this recommendations will come back to this body for formal acceptance, so that's our moment when we can, in fact, have a bit to say. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to speak either for or against this motion? Councillor Shine.
Just another question. I'm reluctant to query a school teacher's drafting, but I was just wondering whether the word either should be there when there's 3 alternatives, not 2.
The school teacher versus a lawyer, have we?
Well, there was originally 2, Councillor Shine, and the third was added, so I'm happy to change the either to any of or one of.
So just make up your minds, will you please, so that we can put the motion.
No, just leave it as must have.
And that'd be all 3 then.
No, you've got the oars there.
Oh, yeah.
So as mover and seconder, you're comfortable with the wording in the motion that's going before you, because we're about to vote.
Do I get to sum up?
Sorry?
Do I get to sum up?
Yes, if you wish to sum up, you may.
Thank you, Chair, and I would like to take a minute to sum up. If I could first just answer a few queries that have come from around the table. If changing the terms of reference to a strategic body that advises this council is not strategic, I think we might as well back up and go home, and I take objection to that comment that what we do all the time is advise the terms of reference of strategic bodies. And I also take a moment to call out the discrimination challenge and propose that, friends, if we were to take off our politician hat and step into the community and show up for a job description, that the job was to give advice and say, I have no experience to give advice, but I have passion, and for you not to give it to me is discrimination, see how far you get. And I object to those comments that this is discrimination, Councillor Cahill, backed up by the CEO. Can I take us to the original terms of reference of this advisory committee? And I'll read out what it used to be. Knowledge and understanding of the environment and sustainability issues. I think most people in our region have knowledge, interest, ability to show up, and understanding of what an advisory committee does. Now, I mean no disrespect to Councillor O'Hara, but I think those terms of reference were very broad, all-encompassing, and we would struggle to turn anyone away. The purpose of this motion is, I think, that we could have something very special here if we gave the right people the right experience and the ability to advise council in their area of expertise. So I have put the motion that the majority of community members of the Environmental Advisory Committee should have a degree in something that is, relevant to the environment, documented experience in environmental outcomes, or experience in farming and grazing and land management. I think with the majority, and I thank Councillor Summerfield for those changes, we can have something that really has spectacular outcomes here rather than just passion alone. I'm happy to move this motion, and thank you for letting me sum up, Mr Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. I will now put the motion. It's before you. I won't read it out. I think we've had a fair bit of discussion around this. This is about the establishment of Environment Advisory Committee. Ask those in favour to signify, please.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, sorry to add further confusion to all of this. If we're going to vote on the whole thing instead of just the amendment, I've got a further amendment I'd like to put forward.
Could we do each amendment separately?
Well, maybe we see if it
The amendment separately that you
vote on
brought
the-
forward, the amendment was?
Just the amendment, which is what we've just been debating, that maybe that needs to be dealt with and then we deal with my amendments after that.
The amendment in respect to the members of the Environment Committee.
In the terms of reference, yes, thank you.
Well, isn't it included in the motion that's before you?
No, it's a different one. I thought we were just going to be voting on the amendment, not the whole resolution.
Well, we're voting now on what Councillor McMahon has moved.
Yeah, point of order, the amendment's been put, there's a mover and a seconder, we're voting on the amendment.
So again, Councillor Cole?
There's been an amendment put, there's been a mover and a seconder, and there's been debate, and we're voting on the amendment to the original recommendation, of which the terms of reference are part of that report.
Mr Mayor, just go ahead and do it. It's not worth dying in the ditch over. Thank you.
We're voting on the amendment that's before you. Sorry about that. So I'll accept the responsibility for that one. So those in favour of the amendment that's before you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Those against? 2, 3, 4. The amendment is carried. School division the vote. The vote was 7-4. Would you record the voted, please? Now that becomes the motion now. O'Shea, O'Hara Sullivan and Councillor Carl all voted against it. Balance voted for. Now that becomes the motion, doesn't it? You put the motion?
That's the motion. That's it. That's it.
Yeah. That amendment that's just been passed now becomes the motion. A mover, please.
That's it. Sorry, it's done.
It's done.
Yep.
Righto. Oops. Righto. So, that's the conclusion of item 4. We move to item 5. That's been separated out.
I just want to vote against it and
Righto.
vote recorded, thanks.
Well, would someone then like to move the acceptance of item 5 of the Planning and Development Committee report, please? Councillors Carl and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? At the moment, signify please. Those against? That is carried. You wish to have a division?
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Taylor and Megan O'Hara Sullivan. Right. We move now to item 9. Councillor McDonald.
8-2.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 9 is the declaration of conflict of interest pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009. I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is I am a resident in the same street as the subject property referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. I'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is voted on, discussed and voted on.
Councillor McDonald. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. A declaration of conflict of interest pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009. I wish to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is myself and my spouse engaged a builder to work on a property owned by us. The builder has then engaged the company referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning and Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. We'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you. Someone like to move the receipt of item 9 of that report, please? Was there anyone wishing to change anything, speak against it? Was there a mover, please? Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Carl. Those in favour? It's carried. Brendan? Well, that's the end of... Sorry? Right. The balance of item 9 has to be dealt with now. Someone move that the balance of item 9, please, the recommendations therein contained, be accepted, please. Councillor Carl and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Been a long haul, but I think we've made it, have we? Good. Right, we move to item 8.2, Water and Waste Committee report. There's anyone wishing to take anything out? There are no declarations at this point in time. Would someone, if nothing comes forward, would someone like to move that report in its entirety, please? Councillor Von Hoff. Seconder, please. Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? The motion is carried. We move then to item 8.3. Is there anyone wishing to take any matters out in the Infrastructure Committee report? If not, do I have a mover? Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Any comments, anybody? Those in favour? Motion is carried. Move then to the item 8.4, the Environment and Community Committee. I shall be declaring in terms of the Environment and Community Committee, in terms of item 12, row 12.
Mayor, can we just remove item number 6? That's item number 6 you're referring to, I believe.
Item number 6, row 12.
And item number 10.
And item number 10. Right, well, so with the exceptions of item 6 and item 10, Wendy? We're moving that first with the exceptions of item 6 and item 10. A mover and a seconder, please.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I believe that there's one in here that you've previously given a conflict for, in item 12. We need to go back to that again.
Item 12.
Sorry, item 6, line 12.
We're taking it, that's already out.
It's already out? Sorry,
I've taken it out.
thank you.
We'll deal with it soon. The motion is that we deal with the rest of the committee other than the ones mentioned. So it's item 6. Councillor Shine has pulled out item 10. So would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Summerfield has moved. Councillor O'Shea has seconded. Those in favour? In respect to my conflict of interest, item 6 in 8.4, the Environment and Community Committee, pursuant with 175E of the Local Government Act of 2009, I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. My cousin Michael E. Antonio is an executive of the Mulmerran Men's Shed Incorporated, which is the applicant organisation in row 12. I'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the room while this matter is discussed. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We'll then we'll cover off on this when the Mayor leaves the room. So the motion before us then is just simply for row 12. Row 12, which is the Mulmerran Shed, and that we put that motion. I'm happy to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We can bring the Mayor back in. Thanks, General Manager Stewart. We'll go back to yours then when the Mayor comes back.
Yeah.
Councillor Shine.
just in relation to those community organisations, grants.
You can do that one now.
Do the balance of... Right, the next motion is, this is motion number 2, Rose 4 and 41 Darling Downs Historical Society Limited and the Toowoomba Cricket.
I'm happy to declare it, but last week I didn't have to leave the room. I did leave the room, but I was allowed back in, I think.
Yep. Well, I think that's,
Yeah, I didn't clear it.
precedent's been set there, the decision's been made as far as I'm concerned. Happy to have you.
I had that in the last one. I didn't think to, just through you, Mr Mayor, if I might, to the CEO, I was able to come back in at committee. So that there's no necessity to declare it at ordinary. Thank you very much.
Look, my understanding is any time there's a precedent set in the committee meeting, it carries through to the general meeting, and I've accepted that. Councillor Summerfield, you wish to speak?
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm just wondering, before we actually move this motion, I raised it with General Manager Nick about the events that received the increased funding, and I'm not sure where this would sit. I'm happy for your guidance, Nick, on where this would sit, but that we indicate in there that the events with the increased funding be advised that the increase is due to a COVID response, so there's not an expectation that that increased funding will continue.
Okay. Brian, how do we handle that?
So there's 2 events there, Brian, the Hampton Food Festival and the Millmerran Camp Oven.
Would you be happy if we just amended the attachment on those, so it said that?
Yes, it doesn't have to be in the resolution, just so long as it is reflected and that those organisations are advised of that.
Okay.
By way of an
Amend it.
attachment, that would be a clear record of where we are.
Thank you.
So, guide me, Brian, we're doing the second motion, which is, or the third motion, which is row 4 and 41. And we normally would record in this how anyone that's declared any level of interest, how they voted. Of course, it'll come through, yeah. Righto, in terms of rows 4 and 41 that refer to the Darling Downs Historical Rail Society, the Toowoomba Cricket Incorporated, do we have a mover, please? Councillor Melissa? Councillor McDonald? Are those in favour? That's carried. Then we go to the next motion, which is rows 51, 52 and 53 in respect to the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This was once again declared a conflict of interest last week by myself, and councillors voted to allow me to stay in the room and vote on the matter.
Okay, happy to do that. So this motion refers to rows 51, 52, 53, and they refer to the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Now the final motion has been done. Motion 4 with rows 4, 12, 41. Righto. Very complex. Then the final motion is in respect to rows 4, 12 and 41, where there's been no declaration,
Balance.
with the exception of those. All but those. Mover, Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Wow.
Yeah, crazy.
Very complex. We move then to finance and business strategy.
No, there's 10, I think.
Jesus.
Confidential.
And what motion is that, please?
Number 10,
Number 10. Item 10.
confidential.
Righto. Confidential. So we don't have to go into confidential if we're just not debating?
It will be debated, so
You will be debating? So, yeah, we can consider that as the last item on the agenda.
Need a motion to move it to
Can we have a motion that we take that motion to the last item on the agenda and we deal with it in the confidential. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Carried. Right. We move then to Finance and Business Strategy Committee report. Anyone wishing to take anything out of that? Realise there was some discussion around the water tank rebate. There's some expectation it may be taken out. Someone then like to move that the Finance and Business Strategy Committee report be received, please.
Happy to move.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. And item 8.6, Economic and Development Committee. Would someone like to move that that be received? And
Could I pull out 4, please?
could you pull out 4? 4 of the Environment and Community Committee.
I just want to vote against, that's all.
Economic Development. Item 4.
Economic Development Committee, yep. Item 4. Can you put item 4 up, please? A request for sponsorship for the... Oh, yes, I got you. Okay. Right. So, in terms of item 3, would someone like to move that be received? And Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. We deal then with item 4. Councillor Sumfield, you wish to make a comment?
No, you're right, sorry.
Someone like to move
Happy to move the recommendation.
recommendation in item 4? Councillor McDonald, a seconder, please. Councillor Alyssa Taylor. You wish to comment, anybody? Not, I'll put...
The debate was all hell last week.
I think it was.
feel it's too much, that's all.
Thank you for recognising that. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Wish to have your vote recorded, Councillor Summerfield? Thank you. Right. Councillors. We now get to item 9, which is a monthly performance statement.
Question, Mr Chair. Question through you to the CEO. Back in the Infrastructure Committee, should I have brought to councillors' attention the... I declared a perceived conflict of interest last week in committee, and the councillors determined that I didn't, and I was back in the room. I was my oversight in that committee. Should I have? No, you're right. Okay.
Nice.
Fine. General Manager Anne-Marie, over to you.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. I'm presenting the monthly performance statement for August. So Council Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation prescribes that statements must be presented to a meeting of the Council at least on a monthly basis. So attached for your consideration is the Consolidated Financial Performance Statement to the end of August, which clearly separates operating and capital outcomes. So we can move along to the actual statement, and I'll just go through that one. Thanks, Wendy. So if you look at overall, it's 2 months into the financial year, so we're tracking very well actuals to budgets, which we would expect at this time of the year. So operational revenue and expenditure are on track, with a 1% and a less than 1% variance, respectively. I'll just draw your attention to the rates and levies figures. So that is the amount that's actually been levied to date. So we would expect that figure to be quite close. What's really important, though, to mention here is our cash flows in relation to rates and levies. So they're the rates notices that have gone out. Our actual cash flows are tracking higher than the same time last year. So relative with the increase in our general rate, the actual payments received are ahead of where they were at the same time last year. So I think that's an important point to note. Moving down, so operational expenditure, very close to budget to there. I don't think there's anything noteworthy. Moving along to capital income, you will notice that there's a 3.4 million ahead of budget there. So 1.45 million of that is the state government's Unite and Recovery community stimulus package. So we're starting to see now some of the inflows from COVID-19 stimulus that they've various levels of government have introduced. So these funds are not in our budget. So there's 1.45 million there from, as I said, from the Unite and Recover, and another 1.4 million from Building Our Regions. So we will bring both of those amounts to account at BR1. And this is actually a fantastic result for Council, because what this means is that we will not be drawing on our own reserves or revenue to fund these projects. So there are existing capital works within the budget but being funded by the government instead of from our own reserves. So there's a direct impact on our long-term sustainability. So just moving along to our capital works. Again, early days, 2 months into the year, but we are closely monitoring our budgets and our actuals. At this point in time, we do have, within the Water and Waste Services Group, we know Crestbrook and Perseverance Pump Station and Pipe Renewal programmes are currently tracking behind budget, but Waste Services is ahead of budget. Within ISG, we've got really great results there. We've got our footpaths and cycleways, asphalt overlay, and the rehabilitation programme for Jandarian Street and Roth Road, and our Reseal programme. All of those programmes are tracking ahead of budget, so it's a really great result at this point in time. And moving on to our pandemic response, as you know, the intent was to get these projects up and running as much as possible in the current financial year, but not necessarily fully delivered. We want to ensure that we are engaging local suppliers wherever we can. Our flagship projects, or one of our flagship projects from the pandemic response, is the Nellie Robinson Park. So that one's out at the moment for tender. Tenders are open, and there's a lot of interest. So we're very, very happy with that project and where that one is going. And we expect that one to be, it's a shovel-ready project, so works to commence before Christmas.
Questions? Councillor McDonald.
Just to comment, if I could, Mr Mayor, thank you very much, Anne-Marie. I think we should pay tribute to our community here in regard to the rates and the payment of rates and the positive effect that has on our cash flow, coupled with our the grants that we've received. For our rates, for our residents to be paying their rates on time is important for all of us as a community. But to do that in a time when people are struggling, by and large, across the region, that's a great tribute to our community. It really is, because it means that we can actually continue planning what we're doing. So to be actually in front of budget, same time of last year, is it just shows the great strength of our community. But a tribute to our ratepayers for doing that, because they understand the importance of delivery of service as well. In regard to the grants, and I just didn't want us to brush over this, because we should acknowledge, and I know we all say from time to time that we deserve more funds from state and federal government, and no one can deny that. But to get close to $3 million, when you consider councillors, that's almost a 2.5% rate increase that we would see. And to get that funds at this time, we're not calling on our reserves, is critically important for our own cash flow, but our financial sustainability. So I think those two measures particularly hold us instead when we look at our budget review 1, which will take place following October. It may well be the first week of November, following the state election. But I just wanted to draw attention to those 2 points, because they are critically important, and we need to acknowledge the efforts of our community in regard to that. The final one is around the pandemic response, and very pleased to see that we spent close to $700,000 over the first 2 months of this financial year in regard to that, and largely that's around planning, as you've said last month, General Manager Anne-Marie. But to know that half of our 64 projects are already advanced and underway is again the reason why council has decided to do this. So I'm really looking forward to the coming months when we can keep reporting this on a monthly basis, and particularly budget review, where we can identify perhaps areas where we need to tweak things, and this will be the year of doing that. And budget reviews are for that particular purpose. So I just wanted to pay tribute to you and the financial team, Anne-Marie, because I know that there's a real passion driving the strategic direction of council to make sure that the operational arm deliver on what we say we're going to do. So I know we're a little bit behind in the overall capital works, but we will certainly be keeping a close eye on that, as all general managers know, and budget review will certainly be a microscope over a number of things from the strategic part of council. Thank you.
Councillor Shine. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just second the remarks, all of the remarks of Councillor McDonald, particularly remarks concerning the community and its reliability in paying the rates on time in a fine manner. And also the fact that the state government in a very timely fashion has contributed to our capital works program in the manner that he described, particularly emphasising that that sort of contribution is the equivalent of 2.5% rate rise or rate decrease.
Thank you. Any other comments around the room? If not, would someone like to move that the monthly performance statement as at the 31st of August 2020 be received, please? Councillor McDonald, seconder, please. Councillor Shine. Any comments? Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Move then to item 10, the group reports, and we begin with the Planning and Development Group report. Stuart.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Stuart.
I'll start off this morning talking about city deals. The Queensland Treasury Department had a workshop and invited local government officers to those workshops to really talk about the effect of COVID-19 on various aspects of the city deals. There are 6 priority areas which we've got in the report there, which very quickly is connecting infrastructure, jobs and skills, livability and sustainability, housing and planning, digital, governance and leadership. We've also moved to expressions of interest for the Bridge Street Quarry Development Advisory Committee and the Heritage Advisory Committee, and we're currently going through, we've received a number of nominations and we're going through those at the moment, and we'll bring those back to council in due course. Amendment 17 is happening, it's approved and in operation. Regional architecture and heritage, it's interesting that, and a really good indicator, as Councillor McDonald sort of drew attention to at the last meeting, with the due diligence searches remaining very active at the moment. There's a lot of work going through that little section. Development services, there's stats there. In development engineering, I'll just point out that infrastructure charges notices totalling roughly $5.2 million has gone out in the last, since the last meeting. I'll take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Any comments, Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So thanks for that report, Stuart. I was just wondering, could we see the promotional plan that was put in place for the advisory committees?
Sorry, the promotional one?
The promotional plan, you know, like advertising plan for applicants to apply for the committees. Could that be circulated to us?
Absolutely.
That would be great. I think it's important that we get as many people as possible applying for these positions so that we get a good diverse variety of people on them. Thank you.
Any other comments around the room? If not, would someone like to move the Planning and Development Group report be received, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Carl. Those in favour? It's carried.
Thank you,
Thanks, Stuart.
councillors.
Water and Waste Services. Damien. Thanks, Damien.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, some good news. We've renegotiated an electricity supply contract down for the Wivenhoe pump station, and we're achieving some savings, about $70,000 a month when we're running that. So we normally run that pump station for anywhere up to 9 or 10 months in a year, depending on weathers and storm. So that's a good news, and we've already given that to SDR to try and help close the gap. Councillors, the dams have maintained at 32% due to a little bit of inflow, and that's wonderful news. Crestbrook and Perseverance and Kubi dams are all open to recreation as at the date of this report. And councillors, I'd just like to bring your attention to the inlet works that we're doing at Watala on the primary treatment area upgrade. That's very nearing completion. That's where we're putting some good filters in there to capture all those wet wipes that people really shouldn't be flushing, but they do. And we'll pull them out so that the rest of the plant can operate much better. And councillors, the photo there is of the Perseverance pump station. Now, that pump station has done sterling service to this community and it will be suitably honoured, but on the 12th of October or there around, we'll be turning Perseverance pump station off and removing the longest line shaft in the Southern Hemisphere, and we'll be putting in a low lift and a high lift pump that will come back online. It's either late February or March 2021. So this summer we'll be running off Crestbrook Dam with Kubi Dam as backup and the local Toowoomba bores. But we will be holding a suitable event out there at Perso before we turn that all off, Mr Mayor.
Mind boggles how you would say goodbye to a pump, but anyhow, that's fine.
Well,
we'll wait.
We'll work with a static display somewhere. We're capturing some vision of it so that the kids will be able to see what a line shaft is and how noisy that environment is, and it really is a magnificent. I do love big, heavy pieces of gear that spin and whir. Councillors, in preparation for Perseverance going off, we had to do some work at Crestbrook C1, which is the pump station at the dam, Inlet Works. C2 is the one across the road from the booster, across the road from the ski boat club at Perseverance. We had some of those conductors that were failing last year, and when they fail, they let go in a very big way and let out a big plasma explosion of electricity. It was quite disruptive. So we've upgraded C1, the electrical switchgear there. We will do C2 after we get Perseverance back online, so somewhere in the first quarter to second quarter of 2021. But we are very cognisant of the risks that we're pulling at the moment, Mr Mayor, in order to try and de-risk particularly the trunk upstream infrastructure. In the waste services, Mr Mayor, we had some audits and compliance inspections by Department of Environment and Science, and I'm pleased to say there were no significant issues found. There's always a couple of areas for improvement, but no significant matters. And Mr Mayor, we had what is a good project. We didn't actually win an award for it, but we're nominated for an award in relation to our customer responsiveness and the interlinking of complaints back into the JJ Richards system for addressing. So notwithstanding we didn't win the award, it's something very well worth mentioning, and I'm very happy. Mr Mayor, if there's anything you'd like.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Shine.
Yes, just in relation to that first item, the renewal of the contract, 38% decrease in cost, I think you said, or it says. What was the rationale behind that reduction?
Negotiations in the renewal of that contract. My electrical engineers are getting a bit harder-nosed.
Yeah, because of the skill of the negotiator. Okay.
Absolutely.
Had nothing to do with the cost of electricity being cheaper at the moment?
No.
Any other questions for the GM? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General Manager Damien. Just, you mentioned the risk, and with Perseverance being off for the summer, which is when we use more water, are we relying just on Crestbrook for the summer, and is there a plan if Crestbrook pump fails? Is that when we go to Kubi, or just I wonder if you could elaborate on the risk factor of turning these pumps off?
Sure. We've been planning this for quite some time. Councillor McMahon, thanks for the question. The operating model, that is where we balance the tanks and how much we keep in the system, we will run that higher than we ordinarily would. We will be running predominantly the Toowoomba bulk system from Wivenhoe, so lifting from Wivenhoe into Cressbrook, Cressbrook C1, C2 up into Peachy, and then from Peachy we've got 2 trunk mains coming down. We can use either of them. There is the ongoing Perseverance pipeline replacement. Unfortunately, we've had a burst in Cressbrook pipeline last Saturday, so we've returned to service Perseverance, repairing Cressbrook, then we'll commission Cressbrook line again, and then bring Perseverance back and continue on with the pipeline replacement work. So when we do those sorts of things, they're always on sort of 24 hours return to service, those trunk mains, and we have enough water in the storages. So we are actively changing the way we run the operations of the business. We'll be running it all out of Cressbrook with top-ups from Kubi. That said, Kubi Dam will go down. We will require it over the summer. I'm not expecting that we will have to go into emergency restrictions for any shortage of water, but I can't promise gear that won't fail, but we're operating the system with a heightened degree of risk and awareness over this summer.
Any other comments, any other questions? Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, just a very quick one. I mean, in regard to, it's page 8 of 8 actually, the sewerage collection system, contractor working, this is around the West Creek culvert upgrade, and we talk about the contractor working in the zone of influence.
Yes.
Of sewers. It says there that's a high risk for council. What are we actually doing to negate that risk or mitigate it?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jeff. I've actually been to site. We work quite closely with TMR in the planning of it. The zone of influence is something that can disturb the pipe or can allow for the pipe to have movement. So if you have a particularly heavy piece of gear that drives over it, it can crack a pipe. So there are certain amounts of activity in and contiguous to a pipe that you can undertake safely. We've had several engineers at site. We've had to issue a couple of stop works in order to reduce any risk to that asset, and we've done a lot of CCTV work there. We thought we had a crack. Ultimately, we did identify one, and we're repairing that. So we're working closely with the contractor, who is a very fine roads and bridges contractor. Sewer and pipelines probably isn't their strong suit.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the Water and Waste Services Group report be received? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to Infrastructure Services Group. Mike. Thanks, Damien.
Good morning, councillors.
G'day,
Mike. Yeah. Just look at August and just giving council some updates with the flood early warning system. That's we've been making sure is up and working well. Obviously, with the summer is the bomb indicators predicting in these early days a potential La Nina event, so that'd be fantastic, I think, to see for our region, get a bit of rain. But obviously it can also come in deluge, so being prepared for any potential flood events is pretty important. Across the rest of the group, last month there was the Queensland Road Safety Week, which was launched out at Highfields with all the emergency services present and council and DTMR. So that was a pledge to road safety from all, and trying to encourage not only across our region but across the state us all to take, have that attention, and particularly the attention to the Fatal Five. Across construction maintenance, as pointed out a little earlier through the acting GM, Finance Business Services. We've got numerous projects and programs underway through construction and maintenance. A few interesting ones, a little bit of work out at Southbrook. We don't do a great deal out there too often, but we've been working with Queensland Rail to improve pedestrian access out there, and they did their piece of work last financial year, and we've just joined on just recently. The Morris Road rehab project finished in August, other than final seal, which will be done in the next couple of months. So that was one of those community projects that council was keen to see happen earlier this year. Highfields Library project, the significant progress is underway there in regards to the roadworks and associated car parking and external works, and the works around that project. Perth and Coho Street roundabout, time for Carnival Flowers, a nice little flower emblem. So a bit of colour there. It's only a small roundabout, so difficult to put a planter garden, but something that is a little bit attractive there. And probably the other element, just through Project Services Councils, is our ongoing efforts in regards to the flood recovery program. So the 2018 program is all but finished on the ground. That should be finished, I think, the vast majority this month. But the 2020 event, we're starting to get our submissions into DRFA. So some early submissions in there, merchant works, but there's also been a couple of other submissions just recently put in as well. Through you, Mr Mayor, that's a quick overview.
Are there any questions for the GM, Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I just wanted to congratulate you, Mike, on that lovely colour you've put into the Perth Coho roundabout. You knew I'd noticed, didn't you? So I was really pleased to see that starting to come through in our roadworks. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was all your idea, wasn't it, Mike?
I had a couple of assistants on the day to pick the colours.
Okay, any more questions for the GM? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Mike. In regard to the submissions for the 2020 event, Queensland Reconstruction Authority, do we have any idea or indication when we'll know on that, or what's the process and timeframe around those?
We are doing a little bit of preparation for BR1 to put in some approximate figures for what we'll probably be able to achieve this financial year. And we hope to start getting some feedback on the approval through the approval process probably this side of Christmas, so in the next couple of months, and with an aim of commencing works in the new calendar year, if all goes well.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Mike, I did want to make a comment about, and you said it yourself, about the work out at Southbrook, and I think every time I've been out there for community consultation, they've always said about that crossing there, and I think the problem was with Queensland Rail, wasn't it, to work in with them? But anyway, I mean, it's just fantastic to see that that's there. But just in relation to the roundabout, so you said it's a relatively small roundabout. So what's the philosophy on not having real flowers there?
There's probably two things. It's the actual practicality of putting in a garden bed, and then obviously probably have to irrigate it, but it really comes down to being able to maintain it and it being safe for and from a cost-effective perspective of maintaining that central space. So to actually have a work crew go into the middle of the roundabout, and they need a certain amount of room, so it means you've got to come in and do things such as weeding and things like that. You've got to bring in a fair bit of traffic control in around the roundabouts. So it's a lot simpler in some respects not to have that, but really the environment right in the middle there is not overly conducive. Right in the sun, the soil conditions and everything. It's a lot of preparation, everything, to have a successful centre garden. But At this stage, we're looking at on the smaller roundabouts, a bit of artworks or some features. We've used bluestone on a few intersections and those sorts of things. So bring some more a feature type approach to those sorts of pieces of infrastructure.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and just to councillors' benefit, I suppose, the Southbrook pedestrian crossing, with the changes in how students, where they live and everything else, there was a crossing there, but it's not where they used it. So it's been changed up to where it gets use and everyone's much safer doing it. And it was a collaboration between Queensland Rail and TRC, so really good to see it in place. And when you go through there in a particular time of the afternoon, it's gratifying to see that the students off the bus do use the crossings. Sometimes you wonder when you put these things in, but I have noticed it, so it's really good, and I'd like to thank the team for their work there.
Any other comments or any questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the Infrastructure Services Group report be received, please? Councillor Carroll and Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Carried.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks very much, Mike. Environment and Community Services Group report. Nick thinks I might mention something about the rugby league and how well the Panthers, that's the name of the team you support, is it? Yeah.
13 in a row, Mr Mayor, but we'll leave it for another month when it's 17.
This comes out of the fact that the previous term, Nick had some pretty dour looks on his face on Monday mornings when his beloved team didn't quite make the grade. But anyhow, Nick,
thank you, Mr Mayor.
Let's get serious.
Yes, you'd always ask me when they had a loss, and I was just waiting for you to ask me while they're winning.
So you've had your moment.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, it gives me great pleasure to present the group report for Environment Community Services to you for the month of September. And I think highlighting library and cultural services is a good example of the collaboration that goes on between council, community, other levels of government, and even right across council. So the first item there, the Darling Heights Early Years Networks, collaboration with the Education Department in this instance, and there's many examples there of that collaboration that goes on, and I just thought that was well worth highlighting the great teamwork in and around and across council and with the community. Councillors, the Toowoomba Region Biosecurity Advisory Committee held its first meeting in August, and Councillor Summerfield's the chair of that, and I think I was able to go and attend for the start, and there's great attendance by most that are appointed to that committee. There might have been maybe one missing, I think was about it. So there's great representation there and lots of enthusiasm, I'm informed. We have been conducting our baiting programs, and we've reported some statistics there, and Councillor Summerfield just asked me to maybe report around our historical data there, and I guess it's a bit disappointing to report that we've seen probably a steady decline in the uptake of the baiting program across a number of years. We first moved to 4 programs a year back in 2015, and we had some 13,500 baits administered across that year. And that suffered a slow decline across the next few years where it hovered around 10,000, but unfortunately last year it dropped as low as 5,000 for the entire year. This year, still with 1 program to go, I'm pleased to report that the uptake is already surpassed what it was last year, but it's still some way off where it was in 2018. Having said that, the last month of August rebounded back to something that we'd seen previously. So if the last month's figures are anything to go by, that certainly looks promising. And the teams advised me that it's not uncommon for participation to drop off when landholders aren't experiencing problems, but then even when they do, there's often a little bit of a lag before the uptake recommences. So thanks for the advanced warning of the question. It gave me an opportunity to research and sort of share that more detailed data with you, councillors. I think it's a problem for which we're certainly aware and something that we're as active as we can be in encouraging landholders to participate. Councillors, I also wanted to highlight the Community Tree Planting Day that was held in August. at two parks in the region, one at Stenner Park here in Toowoomba, in Middle Ridge, where the new bicycle skills track is, and also at Rotaract Park in Pittsworth. And I know a number of you were able to attend those tree planting days, and we were able to plant around about 1,500 trees across those two parks on those days. I also know that our prescribed burning program is of interest to yourselves and also the community. And there's an update in the report here, and at the time it was written a couple of weeks ago, and we were hoping that a short burn window would present itself to us in September. And I'm pleased to report that that has occurred, and we've been able to undertake a lot of activity in that regard across the last couple of weeks. We've been able to blacken out the edges of all the parks that we were hoping to conduct those burns in. We've had successful burns. We're back blacking out the parts that didn't take as well as we would like, and yesterday we were planned to commence burning in Redwood Park. I haven't had an update about that, but I haven't been told that it didn't occur either, so I imagine that that's occurring. So at the end of this week, we will be all but complete our prescribed burning program that we set ourselves for this fire season, and well done to the teams involved in achieving that outcome. The other one I was going to mention, Mr Brady stole my thunder, was around the commencement of the Highfields Library project, so I'll just leave it at that, councillors, and happy to take any questions that you might have.
Questions for the GM? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mr Chair. It's actually just a comment, and it's about the prescribed burns, and it's to say that it is a sense, I've had it reported back to me in the last week, the degree of relief that people in our community are feeling when they see that smoke, because we're sort of conditioned to see smoke and be concerned, and what I'm hearing back in the last 7 days is the opposite, and they're so relieved, and I know how hard it is. That window is small, so I really want to take my hat off to you and the team for that work, because that's terrific work, and it's very valuable work. And I along with all of the comments of relief, I've also had some reports of people who have had medical conditions because of the smoke, and so I wanted to acknowledge that it is hard for some people, and thank them for their patience with it, and also reassure them that my understanding is year on year, as we continue to do those burns, the effect of the smoke hopefully will become less and less, but I just refer to my former comment. Congratulations, it was not easy, and hats off.
Thank you.
Very good. I think we agree with that. Thanks for bringing that up. It's been a tough gig for the last number of years to get this to happen, but it's, I know we corresponded one day driving back from Brisbane. I was driving back from Brisbane about the smoke, and it's good to see it happening. And I see some really good, in my drive on Sunday, I saw some really good spots burnt out beautifully around the edges of. Thanks. Again, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for that report, Nick. I just wanted to mention the how well attended the tree planting or planting at Pittsworth Park was. Councillor Melissa and I were out there, and over 640 plants were planted. So it was an amazing uptake by the community, and it was great to be out there. And I think I'm looking forward to seeing that park in even 3 or 4 or 5 years' time, and it'll just totally change that park. But I just wanted to mention the Stenner Street Park. Are we going to name that? Or does it have a name now? Because it's referred to as the Stenner Street Park in the report, and I just kind of figure that's a pretty boring name. I'm wondering whether there is opportunity to name it. I haven't got any suggestions, but
Might be a good challenge for the community. Councillor Summerfield, our park naming policy, the default name for a park is the street name with which it shares its greatest road frontage, so in this instance Stenner Street, so Stenner Street Park's a default name. The policy allows for requests to rename parks to come from community and others with suggestions. There are some criteria that need to be met around the naming of the park, so around the significance and the importance of the name, but certainly that opportunity is available for any park that defaults to the default name. Yeah.
thanks, Nick, and I think it's great. It's also an opportunity to remind councillors and all those thousands of people listening to today's meeting, is that was a really good environmental outcome for our region when council took up the opportunity to buy that land and preserve all those trees. So.
Thank you. Any further comments for Councillor O'Sullivan, then Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Nick, would you mind explaining what the construction commenced on the Tabletop Bushland Connecting Trail is? And can you just explain to me, because I don't really understand, with Tabletop, what's the philosophy around making that sort of signed and safer? Or what's the sort of feeling around that?
Thanks, Councillor O'Sullivan. I'm not across the detail of that trail realignment. I would need to take that question on notice if that's okay and circulate additional information. And equally, similarly for the future of, in response to your further question, Tabletop is quite an important Indigenous site, and I think that we need to be respectful and mindful of that in the way that we utilise the site and the way we promote it. So I think it would be best for me to take some advice for you, before responding to that question.
Yeah, I just wasn't. Yeah, people ask me, and I'm not sure whether there's a strategy behind it or a philosophy. I've got another question, but I'll wait.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Nick. Just in regard to there's a new baiting process, the sodium nitrate. Just be interested to get a little bit of background on that and what that actually means for the community, just a little bit more than what's in the paragraph there. Can you just reference that one for us?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor McDonald. Well, the traditional bait that we use is 1080, and it's obviously quite toxic to anything that comes into contact with it, and we're restricted in the areas that we can use that. So the trial of this new Hog-Gone sodium nitrate provides us with that opportunity to use it in the peri-urban areas closer to the urban footprint, which 1080 doesn't give us. So it gives us a bit more flexibility in dealing with feral pigs.
Very good. Just to follow up, actually,
yes.
It's a different question altogether, to be honest. It's not a follow-up. You happy to take that one?
I will. I might offend Councillor O'Sullivan. She's got another one, but you've...
Okay. Just in regard to the park strategy, the petition requesting the volunteers to propagate local native plants at the new Charlton Nursery. It says on here, and that was tabled by Councillor J.J. O'Shea at the ordinary meeting of Council 19 May 2020, was responded to. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on what the response was?
Yeah, sure, Councillor McDonald. So I think similar to the advice I've provided councillors before, our challenge with the continuation of the use of Ramsay Street is that we are moving away from Ramsay Street and we're moving to the new depot at Charlton. The volunteers of the Crow's Nest Community Nursery that had established some satellite operations at Ramsay Street there were looking to continue that involvement. That involvement occurred post the design for the Charlton Nursery, and so the use hadn't been considered and allowed for at Charlton, and quite simply our current efforts are focused on transitioning to the new depot and settling in there and operating what is a commercial production nursery primarily for council's own purposes. Obviously the seedlings for Carnival of Flowers take up a big proportion of what we do, but also our plants for the public program, our own trees for our own tree planting program. So our efforts are really focused around establishing that use there now. Having said that, we're very grateful for the support that the volunteers have provided us. We've undertaken extensions to the Crow's Nest Nursery itself, so there's additional capacity there. And the Friends of Peacehaven Botanic Park have also constructed a new nursery there in recent times with funding assistance from the state government, and are only too happy to accommodate some volunteers there. And I remember Councillor Carl asking me a question last week and noting that the Bunya People's Aboriginal Corporation are also interested in staying to establish some nursery activities there, so that's another option that's being explored by those volunteers. So there's plenty of options.
Thanks, Nick.
Councillor O'Sullivan.
Mr Mayor. Nick, would you mind explaining to me, it's not directly related to the report, but what the philosophy or the policy on shade over the playgrounds is?
Sure. Our preference for shade over playgrounds is to provide natural shade through the planting of trees in the appropriate places. So if we're careful about the way we plan that, we can plant trees in appropriate locations to provide that shade. Of course, that's not always possible for us to achieve that. Provision of shading, shade cloth and the like over playgrounds is very expensive. In fact, the provision of shade cloth often exceeds the cost of the playground itself. And so we would only look to provide that in the higher use areas where it's needed, and other than that, look to the provision of natural shade through the planting of trees.
Any further questions, Councillor O'Shea, then Councillor McMahon?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Comment more, Mr Chair, just to General Manager Hauser. I guess, of course, we all know the significance of this week, this time of the year, so Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers. So, Nick, I think it's important that we acknowledge the gardeners, the team that has done an amazing job, 170,000 blooms planted, and to see the people out and about at the moment in all of our gardens, they really do look spectacular. And, of course, we get ready, obviously, for the official period of Carnival coming up, starting this Friday. I think it's important to acknowledge Kate Scott and the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers team. This hasn't been an easy journey. Obviously, they've had to be extremely flexible. There's been some really, and I know obviously, some really hard and gut-wrenching decisions and that have had to be made in regards to this event this year. So to Kate Scott and her team, I think I need to acknowledge the efforts that she's done. And then lastly, but not leastly, I suppose I'd just love the opportunity, obviously, in this forum just to speak about, of course, the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers. Now, Mr Mayor, you were in the media last night, of course, with a very important message to our community about social distancing. So our public parks, which of course are the showpiece of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers each and every year, we're expecting obviously a lot of people to come out and enjoy the beauty of those, but we do ask obviously they exercise social distancing, and a couple of other things that are on. Of course, as we know, it is a different Carnival of Flowers this year. The chalk art every Saturday, so from 10 till 2. So if you pop up there, you'll see it, or the displays each week. Petals and Pups itinerary, of course, for those that like to travel with the poochers. There's self-guided tours as well with the foodie things, and of course as well the hashtag TR Eats, which I've seen a number of my colleagues obviously indulge in, which has been fantastic, and of course the night garden that'll appear up there. So just a couple of little things, of course, involved with the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, and hopefully everyone tunes in as well on Saturday at 3 o'clock, the first ever Itty Bitty Parade, which you star in, Mr Mayor, so that's fantastic. So I hope people enjoy and take part in that. And lastly but not leastly, I think for us as a council, for us obviously as this board, I think it's really important and a really proud moment for us to understand the significance of Carnival of Flowers and what it means to this community, especially this year with what we're going through, Mr Mayor. I mean, in terms of looking back to right back to the origins of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers and what it represented to this community, and it was put in place by Essex Tate and TJ Jewell back in 1949 when they announced the first one. It was to showcase our Garden City image. 2, it was as a economic stimulus for businesses post the war. So fast forward to 2020, and again, I think it's a wonderful opportunity where we showcase the Garden City image of this entire region. And secondly, it's a great opportunity where we've seen a number of different initiatives through the hashtag TR Eats and others where we are supporting the community through this showpiece event. So, mainly thing, as I said, Nick, is if you could just pass on and if we can make sure acknowledgement to that Toowoomba Carnival Flowers team and our Parks and Gardens team. They really have turned it on for us this year. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. If I could make just a few comments. I had planned to mirror the comments made by Councillor Vonoff and Councillor O'Shea, and I don't need to repeat, but thank you for getting those burns done. I think that's significant community concern put to rest. And just to mirror Councillor O'Shea's comment, the carnival is here and it's happening, and I note other regions haven't been so lucky with their figurehead event. I heard this morning that our friends at Chinchilla have had to cancel the Melon Fest, but carnival is still happening, and I sing the praises of our staff who have done that. My question to you, General Manager Nick, just regarding the conservation and pest management, in that first paragraph there, 78 biosecurity related property inspections, and of them, 6 were satisfactory, 10 were meeting their obligations, and the other large percentage either had letters or orders issued, is a small success rate, so 16 out of 78 properties. Is that because we only inspected the ones and there's a problem, or is it meaning we have a very small percentage of people who are actually meeting their obligations? Are you in a position to comment on those findings, and is it most of our landholders aren't?
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. No, I don't think there's anything to be concerned about there in relation to landholders meeting their general biosecurity obligations. None of those items have escalated to a point that are of concern to us. Of course, the conduct of those property inspections is in relation to the approved biosecurity surveillance program that comes to council each year, and I think we might have approved that a couple of months ago. And so we undertake those inspections. We work with landholders in the first instance around education, awareness, capacity building, and so on and so forth. Compliance action is a last resort. Although there's been some orders issued here, there is time for landholders to meet their obligations. So there's no ticking time bombs, to if I could use that terminology, that we should be concerned about. But conducting those inspection programs and issuing orders allows us to monitor and follow up.
Any further questions? Carnival Lane, what's the expected completion date?
I just had an update email on that one about half an hour ago, Mr Mayor. Sometime in October we're looking to have that complete, all things being equal.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the Environment and Community Services Group report be received, please? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Right, we move then to Finance and Business Strategy Group, and it's my understanding from some conversations that there may be, we've got a few things to be proud of in terms of our staff and their success in the awards that have been available lately.
We certainly have. I'm delighted to announce that Council was successful in 2 categories in the Darling Downs and South West Training Awards. We won the Large Employer of the Year and the Trainee of the Year. So the Trainee of the Year award is an extremely competitive award. So one of our trainees took out that. So they're moving on now to the state finals. So great result.
Well, I hope you'll express on part of our, all of us here, our gratitude and congratulations to those people who've done so well. We're proud of them.
Very proud.
And to win the Large Training Award, I think is a good story.
Yes.
Thank you.
So presenting the Finance and Business Strategy Group Awards. So the first 2 innovation items. So these items are both service improvement, process improvement initiatives directly impacting on our customers and saving dollars for council. So the testing of the RIDAN touch tags. So the testing is finished and we expect to go live next Monday with that solution. So it means our customers don't have to call into a customer service centre to update. Also, working with our after-hours provider. What this means is instead of having to pay the after-hours provider to add in material and notes, we can get in and do it ourselves. So we're not paying for it, we're doing it as soon as the information comes in. So this means our customers know exactly what's happening when we know. Straight in, updated, and with no cost to council. So they're 2 significant process improvements initiative from our customer service branch. Just moving on to the ICT report there, and we've talked about the two-way radio project and the significant milestone. So project verification period. So what that one actually means is we have run the program consistently for 60 days without a fault. So that's a terrific milestone. So testing is done. So very happy with that one. Moving on to people and organisational development, and just that Abby Kirby is our trainee. I thought I should mention Abby's name there. So massive congratulations to Abby for a job well done. And we have had to cancel our Recognition of Service Award. So this is a significant event in our annual calendar. Our past employees come in and we recognised our current employees, our past employees who've served over 20 years for council and usually come and attend this event. So we were very sorry to have to cancel that one. We hope we can schedule it again early in the new calendar year. So next year we'll be looking at that one. Moving on to customer service, I've mentioned the 2 innovation items. Just going through some of their statistics there, and you will see some of those examples of calls in August that weren't actually council related. So I've asked Ciara Lee if she could give me a couple of examples of the type of things that we get. So we get councils phoning us, our customers phoning to say that there are children in the local park up to a bit of mischief, and could we do something about that? We get the kitten stuck in the tree phone call in August, and an injured possum in someone's back garden. So after our service there, you'll notice that there's a 125% increase in customers using digital channels throughout the COVID. So it's really important to keep our systems up and running. Moving on to financial services, and I've a note here about the draft annual financial statements have been submitted to Queensland Audit Office. So we've had QAO on site for the last 2 weeks. They're off site this week, but still working remotely, signing off the audits for Indeed Council and our controlled entities, so the Empire Theatre, TSBE and John Darien Woolshed. So they're all on track and with a sign-off date scheduled for coming Friday. Just having a quick look at our local suppliers. So we have dropped slightly with our August figures. That's as a direct result of the accounts we've paid in August. So we're paying all our suppliers, all our local suppliers, 14 days from date of invoice, but non-local suppliers are still on 30 days from end of month. So we had a significant amount of invoices processed through the system in June, so they were paid in August. So that's the impact on those figures there. And that's just some summaries from the report.
Okay, questions for the acting GM, Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to congratulate you and all responsible for the awards to which you referred before, the Large Employer of the Year award, and the employer, the council, needs to be congratulated, but it wouldn't have done so well without the employees doing the major part of what's required there. And of course, Abby Kirby, the highly contested, who won the highly contested Bob Marshman Trainee of the Year award. And the finals will be this Friday night, as I understand it, but it will be online format, so for all of us to watch if we can. Could I just mention the Bob Marshman Trainee of the Year? Bob Marshman, when I was in Parliament, died at a very young age. He was extremely highly regarded by all concerned with work cover matters and with workplace health and safety matters. And winning that award, or being contested for it to go to the state situation, is a great honour. Abby, I'm sure, is highly deserving of that honour.
She certainly is.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and all the best wishes on Friday for Abby too. But I just wanted to go to page 2 of the report where you've tabled training attendance for internal and external staff. I'm wondering if councillors could just receive on email later on about a breakdown of what that training looks like, so that we understand whether it's just standard training or whether it's advancing people's careers.
Yep.
Thank you.
Do that one.
Councillor Carl.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Anne-Marie, just a question on dot point 2 of the first page of your report about the ability to instantaneously and cost-free updates for scripted information. And just a couple of questions rolled up into one. As far as the portal for that, what's your feeling around a standardised input process for that? One, do you see opportunities for improvement around the collection and collation of that updated information? And three, is there an opportunity realised through service delivery review for us to make some further gains there?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So these very early stages in this process improvement, and we will certainly be looking at enhancing that delivery in any way we can. To have access to the After Hours providers database is a great step forward, and so we will continue to develop that.
Yeah, I just, if I may, Mr Chair, I just, realising that we're in excess of 1,700 strong as an organisation as far as staff members, the opportunity for varied bits of information, in other words, a non-standard process, would be a risk, and that's why I'm sort of raising or asking the question about a central management or a portal on how that's handled. Otherwise, scripts may become corrupted with too many fingers in the pie, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so we have a centralised, our source is our centralised system at the moment, and the customer service branch manage the scripting in that, and the customer service branch will also manage all the scripting in this with the After Hours provider. I'm certainly happy to take your concerns on board and discuss it directly with the SDR team and with the customer service branch.
Yeah, look, I think there may be, it's something that we need to turn our minds to continuously, I think, as a large organisation, about the quality of input and who the stakeholders are. And there's a little saying, and it's a very old one, we're all in the boat together. So it's not someone else's job, it's actually all of our roles to ensure that there is quality information that gets input to the system so that our community receives good service right across the spectrum of council.
Yeah, I agree.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to comment quickly, Anne-Marie, if I could, in regard to customer service. And we look at the inbound call average speed answer. So this is on page 3 of the report. Inbound call average speed, less than 30 seconds is the target. Result per month is 39 seconds. However, if we look at the grade of service underneath that, which is calls within 30 seconds, 82%. Says to me that there's a number of calls that are well and truly over 30 seconds to have 82% within the 30 seconds. So I raise that just by way of prefacing the opportunity that, and I note Councillor Von Hoff has taken that opportunity as well as should be made available, and it will be if councillors are interested in, to actually visit the customer service centre and shadow some of the calls that come in, because the skill and the knowledge of our call centre folk is quite extraordinary. To go from spa baths to possums up trees to barking dogs to cats to all sorts of things within a matter of an hour is quite extraordinary what they do. So Red Crosses always highlight or draw people's attention to it, and that's what did that for me. But the line below it shouldn't be forgotten, which is that 82% are actually answered within that 30 seconds. So it's skewed by some larger calls, I would suggest, in regard to that. But if I could recommend to you, Anne-Marie, through to Kira Lee, perhaps put out an invitation to councillors to have a session, even if it's for half an hour, at the call centre. I know last term councillors did that, and we find it very beneficial from a decision-making perspective when we get to these things. So that's a little bit of, if we could do that.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor. The invitation is extended. I know Kira Lee and her team will make you very welcome, and very happy for you to come along and see what they do, how they do it, and extremely competent group of people.
Yeah, no, it's amazing considering the report says 10,800 total calls over the month of August. That's a lot of people. The last thing I wanted to mention was acknowledging Abby Kirby, as we've done on a couple of occasions, but also wanted to acknowledge the generator program that we have within council. Councillor Melissa and myself actually went to Lifeblood, the Red Cross Centre, I think it was last Friday, and there were actually 4 of our generator program folk there who were led in part by Victoria Pfeffer, but Cassie, James and Ben were all part of this, and they took it upon themselves to donate blood, and in Cassie's case donated plasma for the first time. And it's part of Toowoomba Regional Council's initiative to support the fact that giving blood, whether it's whole blood or plasma or whatever the case may be, platelets, can actually save lives. So I wanted to pay tribute to those who are organising that within council, and to see the generator program, the young folk amongst our team actually stepping up and leading by example. I think it's a great tribute to that, the next generation of people coming through. So just wanted to pass that on.
Thank you. Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move that the Finance and Business Strategy Group report be received, please?
Move.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Now, do you want to have a break now? I'm happy to take your advice. I'd think we've got at least an hour more to go. At least an hour more to go. So
I'm happy to adjourn the meeting.
Adjourn for
12:30, that's okay.
You're talking about having lunch in that brief period? Sorry?
12:45.
Is that okay by everybody?
Yep.
I have another lunch I'm supposed to go to, but I don't think it'll fit in at all. We're saying farewell to Rowan Gostray from the Tisby board, but I just don't think it'll fit. So, okay, we'll adjourn. Motion, please.
I'm happy to move.
Councillor Shine and Councillor Bonhoff, those in favour? Councillors, we'll resume the meeting. Apologies for being a bit late over lunch, but it was an interesting lunch hour. Different things that happened. We'll move then to item 11, review of Australia Day events, awards, working group, terms of reference. Who's handling that one? Brian?
Councillors, I can do that. It crosses across two areas. I think you've had an information session where you've had opportunity to review any of those changes. The recommendations are there for council to consider, whether you're still happy with those or whether you wish to move any changes.
Recommendations before you. Any comments?
Over here, Paul.
Councillor McDonald.
If I could make just a couple of comments just to prompt the minds of other councillors. We had an information session last week on this, Wednesday afternoon, in fact, and there are some changes as we are aware of. Significant changes being that the award categories will be consistent across the 9 local areas, those being Booyah, Clifton, Crows Nest, Gumbunji, Highfields, Wilmerran, Cecil Plains, Oakey, Pittsworth and Toowoomba. And the award categories for each of those local areas, which has come from feedback from the community post this year's 2020 Australia Day, is that the categories for local areas will be Citizen of the Year, Young Citizen of the Year, Cultural Award, Junior Sports Award, Senior Sports Award, Community Group or Event of the Year, and Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Award. And those categories are for each of the 9 local areas, of which if they are open now. Actually, for nominations, they close at the end of this month. So I guess the call out, and we have had some media already come from stakeholder engagement and media in regard to this, but it is a reflection of the survey following this year's event, where there were 267 responses, 209 supporting of the local areas maintaining their events in situ where they are. That's a main change in regard to no regional award. So in the past there has been an overall regional winner. The feedback has been that we have local areas only awarded, so that will be the local areas. That's a big change, or a change. And the other change is around the events, the Australia Day ceremony, as opposed to events that take place in different areas, that the ceremonies are at council venues where available, and that's a change, particularly for the Highfields Australia Day event, where one element of that was the awards for Australia Day ceremony. And in the report you'll note, and in the recommendations in fact, that conversations with the said Highfields Pioneer Village around the event for next year, and ensuring that council support that was given in the past is maintained, and in fact additional to that, that the Highfields Pioneer Village are encouraged to apply for community grants when they become available, as that event would certainly fit within the realms of an event grant. They were the major changes for it, and therefore the local Australia Day working groups will be advertised accordingly and be formed. I guess that's the crux of it, CEO. Is that happy with that?
Yep. Any comments around the room? Councillor Carl.
Just a question, Mr. Chair. Just refresh my memory around no regional awards. The reason why I'm sort of asking is I'm thinking about TRC region and recognition of those categories on a region-wide basis, in addition to the local awards. Sometimes those sorts of awards lead on to other things for individual recipients. And it is also a possible mechanism for TRC to be recognised at other forums or levels if there are I would have thought if there was regional wards recognised in addition to the local wards that are spoken about here. I don't know. My thinking is someone refresh my memory about why we wouldn't have that.
Brian, or
Well, I'm happy to just refresh our memories a little bit from last week, Councillor Carl, and it really stems to the survey that was completed. I'll just try and get that up. It actually has the results of the survey, and I think it's attachment 5, in fact, Wendy, results of the survey.
Yeah.
And talks about question in here somewhere. Whole of region specific to, so would you like award categories for the whole of region? So it's on page 77 of board books.
Yeah, Councillor.
I guess that's where the officers have got that information, but that's why we're having this meeting today.
Yeah, I guess I'm interpreting that differently, and that is that, yes, they definitely want to have their local categories recognised locally, but I'm thinking more taking a broader view, and you know, the organising committees are the key stakeholders, I get that. But taking a broader view, wouldn't it be beneficial to, in each of those categories, in addition to that, being able to recognise the person who is recognised on a region-wide basis, not just in their local area, and therefore there are other things that could lead on to, and in recognition both for the individual and for Toowoomba region in its entirety. That's why I'm saying I'm not discarding the stakeholder input, considering it from a local level. A broader view, I would have thought there would have been some benefit in maintaining a region-wide award recipient for each of those categories in addition to the local.
I think if I just follow up, in the report it talks about the current regional awards. There's 3 that they have, which was Regional Citizen of the Year, Regional Young Citizen of the Year, and then Regional Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Citizen of the Year. And my recollection from last week was the Regional Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Citizen of the Year was suggested to be at local level, because at the moment there is no local award for that category, so that was to spread across. But perhaps, and from a sheer media perspective, it's hard for media to travel to every little township across the region, but wherever there is the regional award winner, you tend to find that's where they will head. So that's what has happened in the past, and that was some of the messaging came from David Tottenhofer last week around that. But I guess there's an opportunity for us to include that regional winner, and they normally come from the local groups.
That's right.
Filtering them through, and then the regional group assesses those, and if there's a suitable person, then they get awarded that Regional Citizen of the Year award for those. Well, it was those 3 categories in the past. But maybe there is an opportunity to have an overall Regional Citizen of the Year as an overarching, and can come from any of those categories. Can come from a young person, an Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander, could come from any of those categories. It's an overall Regional Citizen of the Year, Australian Citizen of the Year, which covers every category, and it's determined by that regional working group. Maybe a compromise.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, as someone who's been involved ever since amalgamation in this, I think it's been, and it was very heartbreaking, not this year but last year, to have an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander woman, a Binghamble woman actually, who had done amazing things. And you know, I mean, we talk about the overall awards, but by virtue of the numbers and opportunities that are available to those people, then almost always come from the city area. And I can only remember any one person, and that was a Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander that came from Oakey just once. So in those 12 years, I think it's appropriate that we address that anomaly, that there is no Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander in a local community, and I've been pushing for that for 3 years. So I think if you have one that's deserving of that, then you should be able to. This is about local heroes, Australia Day. It's about local heroes. We have the state Citizen of the Year and the Junior Citizen of the Year and the Senior Citizen of the Year, and then that goes on and those people go on and represent at the national and other things. But Australia Day in our communities, and every community I've ever lived in, is about local heroes, on the ground, local heroes making a difference in their local communities. So I think that to change this the way they've changed it is very good. I'm not sure that what has happened, and our committees, people have made the comment that it'll only go to someone in the city anyway. So we've had some very, very good ones. I don't know, I haven't been a judge, but I just think to me it's about local heroes in the community on a day-to-day basis, doing things that improve the life of your community.
So you're suggesting that the regional one...
This is right, the way it is.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do like the sound of having a regional one, but I'm just wondering, Councillor Jeff, Councillor Bill, how you get around everyone coming to the regional, which is what you mentioned earlier, that you want everyone to go to their local one and support that. So for me, unless you can find a way around to circumvent everybody going to the regional one instead of going to their local one, I'm happy to stick with it how it is.
Can I make a comment there? Because they did change it so that if you did have, and it was changed because of those concerns, it was changed so that, say for instance, the Regional Citizen of the Year came to Cambodia, then it would be presented at our actual Australia Day thing at Cambodia. So that's how they got around. That was already in place. Never came to those places anyway.
So, councillors, you have the recommendation before you there. Is there any further comments? And of course, let's not forget that these things can be changed from whenever we see fit. Councillor McDonald, you were about to speak when I interrupted.
I was going to just say, but Councillor Carroll probably articulated it in any regard, just that I know certainly the regional winners have been presented in most part by where they actually want to be presented. So some will choose, as was this year's case in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, Damon Anderson was presented at Oakey. That was his choice. So it may be that wherever that regional person comes from, the local area, they choose to be presented with their regional award at that local ceremony. So that sort of separates that. And look, it's one less job for the regional working group to do, is to select an overall regional winner. Mightn't be difficult, but it depends who you have and how they measure up against each other. It certainly has been flagged here as something that is removed. We don't need it. I'd be quite comfortable, it's item 4 on the recommendation, I'd be quite comfortable that instead of council remove the regional award, that the council has a regional overall Australia Day winner, so that it covers all areas, and it could be a young person that wins it. It could be an individual that's in any of those categories. Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander, it could be any. But then they're all brought in together. Regional working group says, well, our overall regional winner is so-and-so. They still get their award locally. And then I guess it's more from a symbolisation that someone says, oh, who is your Australia Day winner of the year for the Toowoomba Regional Council? Then you have to rattle off, well, Cambodia was this one, such and such, so. Whereas you can simply say it was XYZ and congratulations to all the other winners. So there is some merit in that regard, I think, from a sheer communication piece of it. So that would be, perhaps that's an adjustment to item 4.
Okay, Councillor Carroll.
On that, thank you. Could you also imagine where there was a Citizen of the Year from Cambodia that was also the regional citizen, chose to have their award at the Toowoomba celebrations, and we have no one there to receive the local Citizen of the Year, which in my view is far more important than being a regional citizen, because what they do in those communities, it's most applicable to what the award is about. It's a local hero award. So
I respect that, but I think we also have to respect the individual as well. So if it's their choice, then it's their choice. But
and I'm against it.
to me, is not shouldn't be council's choice. That should be the individual's choice.
Well, I think also, Councillor McDonald, this is the community's choice, and that the community actually should have a local. That's what it's about. It's about local heroes. So if you've got an empty stage for their local hero, what do you think about that? Got 3,000 people have turned up to have a look at it, and then you've got no one there because.
That may be one of the dilemmas as to why it was chosen not to have any regional awards. I guess what I'm putting forward here is that from a sheer communication piece for Toowoomba Regional Council, there may be a benefit to have a overall regional Australian of the Year. I'm happy to test
Well,
it.
it's in your hands. I'm not getting a whole lot of direction here as to whether we ought to put the motion in its original form or whether you want to include that overall regional Citizen of the Year award.
Well, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the original motion. If it fails, I'm happy to move an amended motion.
Comfortable with that? Councillor McDonald has moved the original motion, which is without the regional award in there, without the regional Citizen of the Year. Councillor Summerfield, you've seconded that. Any comments? I'll put that motion. Those in favour? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's carried. Anyone wishing to the division? No. Righto, we'll move then to item 12, proposed change to show and special holiday date. That'd be you, Brian, would it? Be able to tell us a bit of a story about that one?
Oh, it's a very short story, Your Worship. It's just a change of date as requested by the Toowoomba Agricultural College. So we make the recommendation to the Office of the Industrial Relations under the Holidays Act, and it's about amending the holiday from Thursday the 15th of April 2021 to the 16th of April. So it's from the Thursday to the Friday, the next day. So we're recommending that the new show holiday be Friday the 16th, and the recommendation reflects that.
Any comments around the room?
I'm happy to move it.
Councillor McDonald moved. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carl? No comments at all? Billy?
Well, I'd like to make a comment, Mr Mayor. As a former show secretary, it makes a long weekend and perhaps they might be defeating their own purpose and that people may not be going to the show, and that's why it was on a Thursday and that's why Brisbane has their show holiday on the Wednesday.
Yep.
So it doesn't form a long weekend and you lose your attendance. But anyway, that's what they've requested, so...
Okay, that's the request. Motion has been moved. It has been seconded. Councillor McMahon, you wish to say something?
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering why Yarraman, Upper Yarraman and Kooyar have the Brisbane show holiday, as in the report.
I think that's been historic with them. They don't see Toowoomba as their connection. They see Brisbane as their... And I think that would have been done some time ago on public opinion in that area and history.
Sure, and is the public aware, like, where that line between Kooyar and south of Kooyar is, that some get a different public holiday? Like, it seems a bit odd to me that you'd have two totally different public holidays in Kooyar to Crow's Nest. They're all aware of that?
Yes, it's been a curiosity for a long time, I think, with most people, but that seems to be what those people in that area want and has been what's been happening historically. Any other comments? If not, I shall put the motion.
Oh, we've already done that, have we?
Sorry?
I didn't know whether it had been moved or not. So.
No, it has been moved. It's been seconded. Those in favour? It's carried. Right, we move then to item 13. Change of Council's ordinary meeting in October. This is in respect to the local government conference. Would normally be, scheduled meeting is on the 20th, and that's the recommendation here is that the meeting be moved to Thursday, the 22nd of October, post the conference.
Move that.
No problems there? Mover, please. Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That is carried. Right.
Mr. Mayor, if I could raise a matter arising out of that motion that's just been passed, which I was unable to raise earlier, but I wish to seek leave from attending that meeting on the 22nd.
On the 22nd. Okay. As Councillor Shine has explained to me, this wasn't applicable until such times as that meeting date was changed. Simple matter of someone moving a motion that Councillor Shine be granted leave. Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Carried. Right. We now move to matters for which notice has been given in terms of a resolution to be included in the agenda. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you.
No.
Sorry?
No. Item 14.
Item 14.
Item 14. Oh, sorry. My humblest apology. The first one we deal with will be item 14.1, which is Southern Pipeline. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My apologies, councillors, that you were circulated the motion last week, but after a conversation with Councillor McDonald yesterday and the realisation that caretaker mode, which comes into effect on October 3rd, I've had to broaden this motion and make it less specific, basically because of the timelines that we're up against. So the intent remains the same. There's just fewer specifics in there. It's in two parts. The first, that council support for the proposed Queensland Government Southern Pipeline project be contingent upon a guarantee that Toowoomba Regional Council's financial sustainability and long-term water security for residential, industrial and agricultural uses are not compromised, and a commitment from the state government that they will undertake a fast-tracked water supply options assessment for the Darling Downs, and then part two, that a special meeting be convened when negotiations require a council decision on the project. I don't have a lot to say on this, Mr. Chair. This is what I've put forward here is based on what I believe we've demonstrated consensus for, and this needs to be a partnership between the state government and us. That's how it's worked in the past, and I acknowledge the work of past councillors and previous state governments with regard to the Ivanhoe pipeline. And, you know, they paid for some, we paid for some, and that pipeline has been critical for us during times of drought. So I'm hopeful that this is a positive motion because it will help the state. They've been asking for parameters from us, and I'm hopeful that this will help the state, help us, help the Southern Downs. We're, as I've said around this chamber before, we're good people here. We understand drought. We're empathetic to dry conditions that Southern Downs Regional Council are experiencing because we've lived it ourselves within living memory. And we just need to make sure that in our negotiations we uphold our declarations of office, which are to the people of Toowoomba Regional Council, and that we protect their interests and their long-term water needs.
Okay, thank you. A seconder, please. Councillor Summerfield. Any comments around the room? The whole Southern Pipeline thing for us has been a bit of a difficult journey, I think, and from the beginning to round about now. But we'll just have to see how it all goes post the election. Councillor Shine.
Just a query, just in relation to the second part of it, What's the situation that is envisaged if the state government doesn't do or undertake a fast-tracked water supply options assessment? What happens then? Our support is not given?
I think then, Councillor Shine, it would come back to us at that special meeting in part 2, and we'd assess what we need to do, or what we want to do as a council then.
My understanding would be there'd be a number of potential special meetings given the outcome of a future government, given what their attitude towards it would be. One doesn't know. And of course, if it rains and the dams fill, we'll probably temporarily forget about it.
As you do.
Hopefully not. But any further comments?
If I might just...
Yes.
The difficulty, from my experience, is the timing of the election and the motion that we have. I think it goes into caretaker mode within a week or two, in which case no, decisions of any great moment would possibly be considered, let alone made. It would have been better if this had been brought forward earlier in the year. Just make that observation.
There's been a fair bit of conversation, including a meeting in my office during the last term with the Premier. It's certainly, while it hasn't fallen off the agenda, we haven't heard much about it in recent months, last couple of months. And that's probably because of the water security that happened as a result of a little bit of inflow at Warwick. But in saying that, I think this sort of thing has to be kept on the agenda, and we've just got to continue to advocate for the best outcome for not just, this is about our ratepayers. This one is seriously about our ratepayers. And the potential there is for it to be a major burden. I have a mover, I have a seconder. Is anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. Now, Melissa, I'm sorry about where we got to before.
That's okay.
I just happened to skip number 14. So it's over to you, Councillor Melissa Taylor, for audit on traffic signals.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. So I circulated this, and my apologies for it, late last night. I was getting together some information.
My apologies again. I do need a motion in accordance with Standing Orders 274, policy permission be granted to consider the meeting the audit of traffic signals. Councillor O'Shea has moved that. Councillor Summerfield has seconded. Those in favour? My apologies.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Take 3. I would like to put forward a motion. Sorry, my apologies. That the Toowoomba Regional Council support an external and independent audit assessment by a qualified audit team of the traffic signals in Toowoomba. 2, that this audit be completed in a 6-month time frame. And 3, that the audit ensures that the Toowoomba Regional Council's road network is safer by safeguarding that the signals are synchronised to optimise traffic flow, reduce chances of incidents and accident claims, control local area traffic, enhance safety level, improve capacity to organise important occasions, examine movement patterns for bicycles, vehicles, foot traffic and public transport, avoid congestion and assist emergency services.
Is there a seconder for the you've moved that?
Yes, sir.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Summerfield has seconded that.
Mr Mayor.
Do you wish to debate the motion?
Thank you. I'd just like to register my disappointment that Councillor Melissa Taylor hasn't had the courtesy to discuss this proposal with ISG or myself, despite having opportunity to do so, and I think it's, I'm very disappointed about that. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments around the room? Anyone wishing to speak against it?
Just a comment. Thank you, Chair. I think this has some very good possibilities. My thinking is, and I don't even know if Councillor Melissa would know this, does this audit go in line with TMR, or is it just council local roads, or will it be, obviously a lot of our road networks are intertwined, some local, some TMR. So will this audit be communicating between the two bodies or just our body?
Can I say that we have no jurisdiction over TMR lights?
I've asked Councillor Melissa Taylor if we do, we'll be talking to them in this process.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. My intent was that it would be an audit of all the signals, and of course TMR would be involved in that.
General Manager Brady, do you wish to make a comment on this motion that's before us, please?
All new world.
Not to be debated by the General Manager, though.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Oops.
It's my job to lose things like that.
Thank you, councillors. Look, it's a piece of work that can be done, and there's no problems about doing that. I only became aware of it this morning. From that perspective, there's a reasonable cost involved, and currently we don't have anything in our operational budget to pay for an audit such as this. So to get an independent body, you'd have to go out and get quotes and then get the work done. So obviously there's a bit of time involved in getting that sorted out. There's a fair bit of liaison with TMR. Signals in the city are around about 50-50 owned. We've got about 120 sets of signals through the city. And then just taking on all the dot points. Obviously there's lots of elements there, so a fair bit to cover with any scope of work that we'd put out to a consultant.
I don't have a problem with it, but maybe an information session and then proceed with it. That's how I'm feeling about it. Councillor Tim, then Councillor Carl. Councillor Carroll, do you want to make a quick comment?
You'd want to make a comment, Mr Mayor. Our signals already change as per need of emergency services in the inner city area. So that already happens. That came in some 3 or 4 years ago with software that we received. Is that right, Mr Brady? I think that's true.
Yes, we do have emergency services, or the ambulance has emergency services activated signal technology, which operates now. It's been operating for a few years. Yep.
Councillor McMahon, then Councillor Carl, and we'll go back to Councillor.
One of my concerns is along these lines, and some of our local traffic lights, you'll sit there for a longer period of time than you'd expect, and there's no cars coming in. So I support that idea. I'm just wondering, through you to the GM, has this ever been done before, and when was the last time we did an audit of this nature?
We haven't done a holistic audit per se. That said, we're continuously working on upgrading the signal sets across the whole of the city, and working with. We work closely with TMR on from a joint control perspective, and when it comes to thoroughfares, e.g. the highway, Hume Street, Ruthven Street, where it's the highway, New England Highway or north or south, their signal control takes precedence over ours. So the state runs the state network, so the state's in charge of all those intersections. So their running is very much around how the highway runs. That said, they are quite considerate where they can be in signals. I know there's a number of intersections across the city that people get a little bit frustrated at. What we are moving to over time is each of the sets of signals have what they call PLCs, programmable logic controllers, and over time they've advanced, and as we go through we probably replace them on around about a 5-year turnaround, the PLCs, which each time gives another opportunity for upgrading the phasing and ability of what we can do. So the opportunities are increasing all the time of how we can improve the network overall, but we've got a couple of staff that are very, very involved with our signalling across the city.
Councillor Carl and Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. May I respectfully remind councillors of a due and correct process here, and that is that this has to be subject to a budget review. It should go through the normal process of prioritisation modelling, the model that we use in order for business to come through in the appropriate manner, and that's based on a number of parameters under that prioritisation modelling, safety, risk, a whole range of things. I'm not against the review, but I'd suggest, look, how do I say this? I feel like the old fella, Mr. Chair, saying let's steady up here and look at this in the context of what our urgent business is, our not so urgent, our medium, our not so urgent, and we need to, for the sake of, we can't make decisions on the run about what our next item of business is. We really have to, and that's why we've got a prioritisation model. That's why it is and does come to, or rather does come to council in a fashion that is presented to us in the order of priority and the importance as the context of the overall business of council. Not against a review. I do have some questions around an external independent audit. Are we excluding our officers who have years of experience? You know, I am familiar with, to a degree, with the years of experience alongside of the types of equipment that Mr. Brady has alluded to. I don't think we can exclude anyone here, and most of all our officers, if that is in fact meaning that. So I think we just need to approach this with some caution. I'd suggest it comes back, and I think the Chair's already suggested, via a workshop to then determine the urgency or not of this matter and how we approach it from a budgetary point of view. I would see this as a significant body of work that will impost on other projects that are prioritised already for commencement.
Thank you. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say that, firstly, due process has occurred here, where as councillors we are all able to put before our colleagues whether they are prepared to debate an issue, and that has occurred here today. But for me, this isn't a reflection on our staff's ability at all, in my view. To me, this is talking about fresh eyes. And I use the analogy that, you know, doing an annual report for Downlands College in my past life, I could read that fully compiled annual report 3 times and find 20 mistakes in each time I read it, but then I put fresh eyes on it and they find a heap more. So it's important from time to time in any business, whatever you're doing, to get fresh eyes, a fresh review of your processes. And we've all had someone in our ear about traffic lights. And if we can do this and then say to people, look, we've had an external review done. This is the most efficient traffic lights we can have. I think that would actually be helpful for the community. Insofar as workshopping, I'm not sure what there is to workshop. You're either going to do an audit of it or you're not, and BR1 would decide whether it would be done this time round or whether it would be determined to be postponed until a future date. I think the processes are all there.
Councillor O'Shea, then Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just question around this. So the key things pointed out here, or one of the key aspects around this is around safety and reducing incidents. My question, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Brady, is the current system we have now, is it safe?
Oh, yeah. Yes, is my answer there. There's nothing wrong with the system we have. From a safety perspective, all the signals are working well, are well maintained and everything from that perspective. Can we improve on intersection safety from phasing and through inputs of vehicles in different directions and that sort of thing. We can always look at that and see what elements are. Council would understand from a black spot perspective that these majority of our intersections that we end up upgrading tend to be non-signalised intersections. Some of the signalised intersections do still get into the black spot category, where we do go through and do improvements to those signalised intersections where we possibly can.
If I can just add, thank you, Mr. Brady, for that. I'll just quickly comment on. I'm quite supportive of this. I think Councillor Summerfield made a comment before around the fact that how many of us around the table haven't been told something's wrong with traffic lights in some capacity, and whether they are or they aren't, and the fact we've had such a change in a lot of areas of our community when it comes to traffic, when it comes to development, when it comes to roads and so forth. You know, I just think of what's the outcome we can achieve from this. Well, I think there is some benefit from it, and I understand the implications around the costings, etc. But I just don't think. I think there's a lot of positive we could gain out of doing some of this. So I'd happily support the motion put forward.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd just like to say that I don't know whether, and that's why a workshop's probably very appropriate, an information session. Traffic lights are run by software. And many times applications have come through the budget process to have upgrades to software, and they haven't been rated very highly by councillors. So at the end of the day, I'm certain if you went to T&D planning in ISG and asked them if you had this X amount of money, you could actually have a great improvement in your traffic lights. It has to come through our system, and many, many times it's been thrown out. I think this is the cart before the horse, and to be quite honest with you, all of us think that we've got a red light when we should have a green light, and the fact of the matter is they are safe. It is all to do with software, and I think actually, to be quite honest with you, when council keeps knocking those things back, which I know I've been sitting around here for 12 years, and they've done that, you can't have a bob each way. If you want them upgraded, then you have to put money into the software that runs them. And I just don't know. I don't know where this has come from. There's been no mention of it. Yes, and actually, you know, if this is how we're going to run our council, well, I don't know that I should be sitting here. Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McDonald.
I was going to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, where it has come from, I guess, yes. And you know, and I'm open to that. That's fine, because you know, if it is from and people do whinge about the lights, but so that's the first part. And then the other part, Mr. Brady, I thought that, well, my understanding was that after the second range crossing opened, that everything was going to be reviewed and changed accordingly once the free toll period had come off, because that would be then a true indication of how things would be.
That was TMR.
Yeah, so in respect to the question you put forward to me, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, TMR did do that. Okay, so TMR reviewed their James Street's lights post the opening of the second range crossing, but they've also gone through East and West Creek upgrades. They'll go through another review post that. So they're looking at finishing West Creek, not the end of this month, early into October. So somewhere over the coming months, TMR have indicated that they will be again looking at sets at various intersections in James Street. So that's sort of just an ongoing process that they do as well, not dissimilar to ourselves. When it comes to an audit, if council wants an audit done, that's not a problem at all. And you know, but there's no funding for it as we stand within the budget today. So if this becomes a specific operational request, and it's operational, so it doesn't tend to go through the prioritisation process, but that would be up to council, and probably BR1 would be the appropriate place to consider it amongst other issues that might be up for consideration then.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you got.
I was just going to ask through you, Councillor Melissa Taylor, where the impetus for this has come from.
Excuse me, thank you, Councillor Megan. I have had concerns raised to me from members of the community that I represent, and I've received emails, verbal requests, but also there's been letters to the editor as well through the Chronicle, so it was accumulation.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Mr Chair. Thanks, Councillor Melissa, for bringing this to the table. And it is through the normal process. There's an opportunity for councillors to bring these at ordinary meetings, so I respect that. I will flag that if this motion, which has got a mover and a seconder, if it doesn't go through successful, then I'll flag an alternate motion, and I'm happy to read that, Mr Mayor, if you'd like to, just to give councillors an idea of respecting the wishes of the said mover and the seconder, and perhaps give some clarity around the council as a way forward. Number one, that council consider the support of an audit of the traffic signals in Toowoomba at a future Infrastructure Services Group committee meeting, and that this report will follow a workshop with councillors and appropriate staff to determine the scope of works for the audit. And number two, that a funding source to undertake the proposed audit for this financial year be considered in the report to council. I'll mention that because I'm just sort of picking up on a willingness to undertake this work, but also conscious of financial obligations, understanding what that is, and also the scope of works. I think Councillor Melissa's touched on a number of very important factors within this motion of what we should be looking at, including, I just wonder whether we shouldn't have a workshop, and I've heard the calls about why would we have a workshop, we don't need one. Well, the scope of works for asking whether this is done internal or external is very important from a strategic perspective from this group. If we don't have the scope of works right, we may well get something we don't want. So that's the motion 1, 2. If the first motion doesn't go through.
Any further comments around the room? Do you wish to? The motion has been moved. It has been seconded. Oh, Councillor Shine.
Comment, Mr Mayor. My concern, everyone, I think, has problems with lights from time to time, and that's reflected to us by members of the public. But I'm also conscious of what it might cost, and if we do have a workshop, I was hoping that Mr Brady might be organised in advance to have some reliable estimate of the cost of undertaking it for our consideration at that workshop.
Okay. Anyone else wish to make a comment? If you wish to make a final comment, Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I thank you, General Manager Mr Brady, for your comments today, and I very much appreciate the comments around the room today. This was put forward to you because of the input that I've had, or concerns I've had from the community, and I felt that it was, I had the ability to bring it forward. As Mr Brady has said, we have not had a holistic audit done on the traffic signals within our community. Synchronicity was the significant component for the request of the audit. Ensuring synchronicity does ensure that there's optimal traffic flow, reducing the waiting at lights and diminishing the environmental impacts of vehicles with the stop-start at lights. Not only will this assist drivers, but it will also assist Toowoomba Region in reducing its carbon footprint. The audit is to establish existing and future intersection lights so that the planning can go forward for that, and I'm sure that's already part of it, Mr Brady, but I just strongly believe that an audit would help us make decisions into the future. I would like to propose that the part of that is that the council reprioritise the operational budget in BR1, because it's not capital dollars, it is operational dollars. And it was really just bringing the concerns of the community forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vonhoff.
I'm sorry, Mr Chair, a late question. Am I correct in saying that the difference between the motion that's before us and the foreshadowed motion is that the motion that's before us is external, it would be conducted external to council, whereas
Mine is silent on internal or external. Mine is simply saying that council consider the support of an audit of the traffic signals in Toowoomba at a future Infrastructure Services Group Committee meeting, and that this report will follow a workshop with councillors and appropriate staff to determine the scope of works for the audit. Therefore, I'm not saying at this point, until we have that workshop, as to what the scope of works are, whether we have external or internal or whatever the case is. I think that I'd be being too preemptive to say, to pigeonhole ourselves in external.
Understand, thank you.
That could possibly be something that came out of a workshop, just how we go about that. There'd no doubt be recommendations. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to remind councillors that anything you take out of the operational budget has to come from somewhere, and it's from some other place that's going to miss out on service that's been promised and expected, and perhaps for quite some time.
Okay, we've probably tidied it up now, I think. The motion is before you, moved by Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour of that motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? The alternate motion, please. Motion's lost.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The alternate motion hopefully will in fact get to the point where the original motion is wanting to go to, but in a systematic process. And I've read it once before, Mr Mayor. I don't know that you need me to read that again, do you? Comfortable with that?
I'm fine with it. Anyone wanted to debate that second motion? Anyone to make any comments in respect to it? Councillor Carl? Councillor Summerfield?
Question.
Oh, Councillor, let's move that. Councillor Shine has seconded.
Just a question through you, Chair, to Councillor McDonald, that a funding source to undertake the proposed audit is financially be considered in the report to council. Am I to understand that this is a directive to staff, regardless of what's prioritised in the budget already, or is it, as per, I alluded to it before, as per normal process, subject to budget funding?
And it's a good point, and it will be all of those things. That's why I put the word considered. It leaves budget review, it would be a budget review, to be a transfer of, as Councillor Carroll says, it'd be a transfer of priorities within there. Keeping in mind we're trying to find $16 million to balance the books, that'll be difficult to do. So that's why I've left the word considered.
Yeah, so it's not a we're going to do this regardless, it's a subject to review. Yep.
Councillor Summerfield. Oh, then Councillor Von Hoff. Then, sorry, Carol, I think you were after Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Summerfield.
So I'm just wondering whether the mover would consider putting a timeline in there.
Thank you.
Me?
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. I guess the second part, which is that a funding source to undertake the proposed audit this financial year, provides that that gives a time frame, because we have a budget review in October/early November. The original mover said within 6 months, and I'd suggest to you that that gives scope to probably get within that period of time that the initial mover mentioned. That's why the wordings of this financial year in the second motion.
So it would actually be to undertake the audit within this financial year. So, yep, thank you.
That's the wording. That's the wording. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The actual motion, proposed motion, says consider. And it would have to stack up against other things. And I, for one, am tired of going and telling my community that something that we have promised to them that has already been gone through budgets, that they can't have it because something else has come out of sequence and without the proper consideration in due course to come through to jump the queue. So that's an appropriate motion, and I can support that.
Councillor Von Hoff.
No, thank you.
You're right. Anyone else wishing to speak? Not. The motion is before you. Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? The motion is carried. Right. I seek direction. We move then to a motion. Councillor Summerfield, you're bringing forward about a monthly report.
Yes,
CEO. In due process, we seek a motion that Councillor 2.1 3.74 standing orders. Permission be granted to consider at this meeting the CEO's monthly report. Have I a mover, please? Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillor Sommerfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The motion which has been circulated and is also in front of you is that, number one, that Council receive a monthly CEO report at the ordinary meeting commencing in November 2020. Number two, that the monthly CEO report focus on organisation-wide activity covering areas such as people and culture, external grant funding, legal services, enterprise agreement negotiations, petition register, sponsorship requests, coronavirus update. And the reason for this is a monthly CEO report covering items that are of organisation-wide significance will assist councillors and the community on being informed on the many facets of council that are not generally reported by each general manager. This update will assist councillors' strategic decisions, aligning the corporate plan and operational plan. The backgrounding is that since amalgamations in Queensland, councils have become very large businesses, and you may recall our Mayor often stating that our council would be in the top 200 if on the ASX. All of these businesses would be provided with an overview by their CEO. And this is not new to councils. Some do it, some don't, and I have provided on my sheet some links of where you can look at them. And the detail that I have provided in point 2 in the resolution all basically come from another council that I have copied those suggested items from.
Okay, thank you. Got a mover and a seconder. Have we got a seconder for that motion?
I'll just ask a question.
Ask a question.
If I could,
maybe we should get a seconder for.
I'll ask a question. I'm happy to second the motion, but I want to ask a question at the same time,
Righto.
just so we put it on the table. And that is whether the option for two,
Yeah.
at a workshop with councillors and the CEO confirm the areas to include in the monthly Chief Executive Officer report. And I'll mention that, Councillor Sommerfield, just in case there might be other things that councillors would like to include, and we're not being exhaustive in that.
That's right.
So I would, if you're comfortable enough with that, actually remove that and put that as number 2.
So everyone will see on their sheet that that option number 2 is down underneath the first motion.
Perhaps, Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Sommerfield, if the items that are listed in the previous number 2 are included in the reasons, so that we don't lose that.
Yes.
We actually capture some of that, because there's some important areas there, and I congratulate you to bring it to the table.
Thank you.
There may be some areas, of course, that would have to be dealt with in absolute confidence.
Absolutely, and that can be done as we did with our advisory committees in this current agenda, where we had the applicants were in confidential, but within that full report. But basically, it'll be a CEO's report to not only to councillors but to the community.
So, Councillor McDonald, you're prepared to second that motion?
I'm prepared to second the motion.
Right. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion? I think it needs a fair bit of thought. That's my view, and I don't think we need to. I'm seeing heavily burdened GMs and CEOs in the work that they have to do, and as you know, Brian did significant research on the motion that I put forward that I wanted added to the minutes of the previous meeting, and I saw how much work he put into it. My staff couldn't do it. His staff did it, and I just think we've got to be mindful that we don't want to overload anyone, but by the same token, it's not uncommon for CEOs to give a report. All the boards I've been on, CEOs have given a report. Councillor Carl, you had your hand up, and then Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering, as part of that workshop discussion, we might be looking to unpack the opportunity to minimise the amount of operational reporting to the ordinary meeting, that we can streamline things. And you raised a good point about workloads. This boardroom is its first responsibility is to the strategic intent of the of council business. So I just wonder if we wouldn't be able to unpack how those respective GM reports might be able to be streamlined as well. Find that personally, some matters could be dealt with through the 1-3 number and funneling, looking for other opportunities to be able to funnel operational matters. I know it's informing, I get that, but CEO's going to give us a report around what I would hope to be the gaps rather than a duplication. It's no reflection on you, Brian, but I think we should be discussing opportunity to streamline those group reports because they take some quite considerable time, and I personally think that we discuss too fine-grained material or business in the ordinary meeting, and it's more of an operational nature, some of it. Personal thoughts.
There was someone else who also wanted to speak. I didn't write it down. Oh, Councillor Shine, you're the man.
Having recently been appointed to the Audit and Risk Committee, I'm aware that the CEO gives a wide-ranging view of what's happened since the previous meeting, usually about 3 months hence or prior. Something of that nature, I think, would be of value. That's a closed meeting and some councillors don't attend it, and of course the public doesn't see it. So I think it would be worthwhile, something of that nature, to be given, if monthly, bi-monthly meeting.
I think the critical thing, and Councillor Carl put it on the table, we need to be absolutely sure where that line is between operational and strategic. And I think there are moments, and you know, I'm still learning, there are moments when I go over the line, and I think we need to make absolutely sure. I'm not afraid to accept the fact that I've gone over the line and I'm reminded of it. But, you know, involved in that, of course, I think is the deep love that we have for our community here, and we're prepared to put anything on the table collectively. So, anything further anyone wishes to add to that? Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do support this motion. Councillor Summerfield, I do recognise there is a difference between strategic and operational. Like yourself, or a lot of us around the table, I've sat on a lot of boards that the CEO does have to report to the board, and I think having all information at the tip of your fingers when you're on a board, in a board situation, helps you to make informed strategic decisions going forward. And if you don't have all of that information, then it makes it very difficult. So, and I have heard Brian's report, as Councillor Shine has said, in the Audit and Risk Committee, and it's a very good report. So, you know, I don't think there's a doubling up of work there, I would assume. Would that be correct?
Okay, any other matters anyone wishes to bring forward? If not, it's been moved, it's been seconded. You've got it before you. The reasons for the motion are there underneath. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? The motion is carried. Right. Is there anything else from the floor? Failing that, I think we move into... would someone like to move, please, that we move into confidential? Councillor Tim and Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? That's carried.
It's coming out of confidential.
The first resolution we'll deal with.
Happy to move.
Are we voting?
Sorry?
I'm happy to move the...
You've moved it. Second, please. Councillor Tim. Anyone? No.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, what are we moving?
The original.
Of the Empire Theatre.
Two positions, the appointment of those two people.
Sorry, I
The
was...
Empire Theatre, the motion that should be on the,
Sorry.
it's in front of me, it should be in front of you. So that's where we are, and there's, yes, and we've had some discussion around doing other things, so right. Those in favour? That is carried. You wish to have your vote recorded? No. The next motion is options for the sale of surplus land. We need a mover and a seconder for one of those two motions.
Yeah.
Councillor O'Shea?
I'll move the committee recommendation, Chair.
Which one?
The committee recommendation.
Committee recommendation. Have we a seconder? Councillor Summerfield has seconded that. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried.
Call for a division.
Call for a division. So we've got three people against. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Megan and Councillor Shine. Right. That might just about end the meeting, I think. Thank you very much for your attendance. Enjoy what there is of the Carnival of Flowers. It's very different this year, but we still have that wonderful tradition that we've had for all those years, 71 years. So enjoy what you can enjoy, and we will no doubt meet again tomorrow. Totally different concept. Meeting closed.